Somebody is taken. Wait, some of you are saying I'm not audible. Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? Please do let me know. Okay, done. Let's start then. Good morning, everyone. Right, I don't have to tell you my name because you already know it. Let's start. So yesterday, what we have discussed, we started with the concept of industries. Right, we continue with the idea of a industry and some of the topics in industries. Right, we have covered day for yesterday. I believe we completed day for yesterday industries. Yesterday we started with planning. Right, concept of planning. What's 5-year plan? Why do we require planning in India? Right, how the planning was introduced? What is the role of the planning commission? What was the composition of planning commission? And then we have discussed the concept of the National Development Council, NDC, National Development Council. What is this idea of a National Development Council, why it was established, etc. Right, then after that, after that, how do you remember the 5-year plans? I hope you remember the tricks that I've taught you yesterday. I told you please divide the planning into 3 phases, right? 3 phases, 3, 4, 5 rule. In the first phase, remember 3 continuously implemented. In the second phase, remember 4, but there's a small gap, right? The fourth and fifth, 1974, 75, sorry, fifth and sixth, 74, 75, I'm sorry, 74, 79. Rather than that, it has become 80 and 85 like this, right? After that. So there's a small gap in between. Please remember that. Then there is at the 8th 5-year plan, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Continuously 5-year plans after 1991 LPG reforms. Then individually in each of the 5-year plans, right? I'm pretty sure some of you would have, right, looking at all the slides yesterday, would have been so much afraid about so much, let's say, the content, or let's say even factual information in all the slides. And so you can't help it. 5-year plans, most of the information is factual in information. Factual, a lot of facts are there. In first 5-year plan, what happened? In second 5-year plan, what happened? What is the idea of a Harrod-Domer model? Why did we introduce Harrod-Domer model? What is a heavy industrialization policy? Why it is called as a PC Mahalanobis strategy as such? Then third 5-year plan, fourth 5-year plan. What is the concept of Gadgil formula, Gadgil-Mukherjee formula? Then family planning when it was introduced. What is this idea of a inclusion of, that is the concept of the foreign trade policy, in which 5-year plan it was introduced. LPG reforms, in which 5-year plan. 11 monitorable indicators or 11 monitorable targets. 25 core indicators in the 12th 5-year plan. Inclusive growth in 11th and 12th 5-year plan. It's a lot of concepts are there. A lot of let's say factual information is also provided in all these 12 5-year plans. My recommendation, simply by heart it. I hope you understand. Simply by heart it. But here and there, I've told you the tricks to remember, right? How easy it is to connect these dots like this. I've told you certain tricks to remember. Remember those tricks, it becomes easier for you. After that, what is the evaluation of the full, let's say, 12 5-year plans, right? The evaluation of full 12 5-year plans. We have been able to achieve higher GDP growth rate. In that context also, I told you the concept of Hindu growth rate, right, etc. So GDP growth rate, industrial growth rate, reduction in the poverty, promotion of industrialization, etc. Having said so, there are also certain issues or concerns related to the previous phase of planning. That is, there was only a concept of national level planning. That is, we used to make a plan at a national level and implement. That is basically a top to bottom approach. Then there was no representation of the state governments in the planning commission. That was also one of the important issues. We were not able to implement land reforms, right, effectively across all the states. Population control was not possible despite having family planning programs, right, or implementing family planning programs post a 4th 5-year plan in India, etc. All these points we have discussed yesterday. Then we have discussed Niti Aayog, right? Niti Aayog, National Institution for Transforming India. Starting 2015, we introduced a concept called as, or a new authority called as Niti Aayog, a think tank called as Niti Aayog. Once we abolished the planning commission, we have one more authority, that is Niti Aayog. I've told you the differences between the planning commission and the Niti Aayog, right? That is PC and Niti Aayog. In case of PC, no representation of the states. In Niti Aayog, in case of Niti Aayog, basically you will see there is a representation, right? Within Niti Aayog, there are two very important pillars. One is the permanent council and permanent body, and the second one is basically governing council. In case of governing council, right, basically headed by the chairperson, that's a prime minister, but there is a representation of the states. All the states and union territories are represented in the governing council. So that is one of the very important differences. Second one is the planning commission was responsible for making 5-year plans. Today, Niti Aayog is not responsible for 5-year plans. We do not have 5-year plans in the first place. Planning commission used to follow a top to bottom approach, whereas Niti Aayog says we will follow bottom up approach. From bottom, we'll go towards the upside. That is bottom up approach. Then planning commission had financial powers. Niti Aayog doesn't deal with finances, etc. Then I also have discussed what are the objectives of Niti Aayog, right? How Niti Aayog is very important in case of India. Concept of cooperative federalism, competitive federalism, right, etc. Then what has been the performance of Niti Aayog in the last couple of years? In what areas Niti Aayog has given recommendation to the government? Right, all these are the areas that we have covered yesterday related to planning. Now, questions are left out. Don't worry, the PPT has questions on both industries as well as planning. We'll solve them. Please do not worry. Now, the next chapter that I'll be discussing with you people is investment model. Investment model. Now, what I'll be covering under the investment model? FDI, foreign direct investment. FPI, foreign portfolio investment. SEZ, special economic zones. NIMZ, national investment and manufacturing zones. And PPP, public-private partnership. Now, before you start typing, sir, what is the long form of this, etc., etc., please don't worry. In respective slides, long forms are there. If they are not there, I will write it. Please don't worry. Now, these are the important investment models that we'll be discussing today. And if you have been reading the newspaper as well as even in the lectures, various points of time, we have discussed some of these models. Today, we will have a detailed discussion. For example, if you remember the concept of balance of payments, BOP, balance of payments. I told you, right, in case of balance of payments, the capital account will consist of FDI and EFPI. I have written FII there. Don't worry, I'll connect what is FII. While discussing, let's say, food processing, we have used the term, right, a certain percentage of FDI is allowed in mega food parks. Today, let's try and understand what is the meaning of all of this. Now, let's start. Whenever you talk about foreign investments, generally, right, the two very important sources or two very important ways of attracting investments are FDI and FPI. I'll repeat it, right? So have a look at this. The foreign investments are in two forms. That is, one is FDI, second one is FPI. Now, what is the long form FDI? Right? Just give me a second. Let me check whether it is there. Yes, it is there. So have a look at the long form of FDI, foreign direct investment, and the second one is foreign portfolio investment. Sir, what is the meaning of it? Let me explain this. Imagine here a foreign company. Here is a foreign company. Now, this foreign company will come to India and they will invest and set up a manufacturing facility. They will set up a manufacturing facility. One example, a foreign company will come and set up, let's say, a service sector company in India. they will set up a service sector company. Can I give you examples? If you read today's newspapers and those who are having, let's say, update tickers from NDTV, Quint, etc., yesterday would have received an update saying that Apple has opened the first store in India. Apple is about to open its first store, its own store in India. One example. Sir, right, I don't understand what is the meaning of this. I'll give you one more example. All of you heard of the company Volkswagen, VW. All of you heard of the company Volkswagen, or else you have heard of the company Ford, etc. Now, what is happening in case of this? All the examples that I'm giving you right now, these are foreign companies. Point number one, these are foreign companies. And what they have done? They have come to India, they have brought their investments in India, and they are investing in India. And where are they investing? They are investing in creation of physical assets. Done? They're investing in creation of physical assets. For example, Foxconn. Right, for last 2 or 3 weeks, the company Foxconn is there in the newspaper. They have announced a huge amount of investment in one of the southern states. For what purposes? For what purposes they have announced investment? They want to open up a manufacturing facility. You have heard of the company AirAsia. AirAsia, it's a foreign company. They have come to India. They have a joint venture with the Tatas, and they have started providing, right, airline services. That is, they have invested in certain assets. So always remember this. Whenever a foreign company will come to India, again talk in the context of India. So when a foreign company will come to India, and when they will invest in creation of physical assets, when they will invest in physical assets, we'll simply refer to this as foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment. Done? That is point number one. Look at the other side. Foreign portfolio investments. FPI. Sir, what is the long form of FPI? Foreign portfolio investment. Now, what is this foreign portfolio investment? Same idea. You're a foreign investor. You have a lot of money. You want to invest in Indian stock market. You want to invest in Indian bond market. You want to purchase a certain instruments in the domestic market, that is in the Indian market. Now you will bring your money into India and you will invest and purchase, let's say, shares of Adani's group of enterprises. You will purchase the bonds of Government of India. You will purchase the shares of Infosys. Now, right, please look at it and start answering. When you purchase the shares, when you purchase a bond, etc., is it a physical asset? I hope you understand my point here. Right? When you purchase the shares or bonds, is it a physical asset? No. Can I call this as a financial asset? Can I call this as a financial asset? Right? Concept of a financial asset. So whenever foreign investors will bring money into India, invest in India's financial assets, will simply refer to this investment as foreign portfolio investors. Foreign portfolio investors. So in first case, in physical assets, investment is done. In second case, in financial assets, investment is done. Right? So I hope you understand. The logic is very simple. Do not complicate these things. Logic is that when you bring money, invest in a physical asset, it is called as FDI. When you bring money, invest in financial asset, it is called as foreign portfolio investors. Sir, any example of a foreign portfolio investors? Imagine tomorrow you'll get a very good job. Let's say, right, forget about a UPSC, again, hypothetically. Of course, your target should be UPSC. Let's say you become a very good, right, let's say software engineer. You become the vice president of a particular company. You are shifted or you have been hired by a foreign company now. Let's say Microsoft. You become the vice president of Microsoft company. You will settle in USA. You are a foreign investor now for us. I hope you understand. You are a foreign investor for me. So what you will do now, you have earned a lot of dollars in USA. You want to invest in the Indian stock market. So is it okay? You are an individual investor. You will bring money in India and you will invest in the Indian stock market. Right? You are a foreign investor. right? Or else another example, the latest one, Hindenburg. All of you heard of the company Hindenburg? This is the advantage of reading current affairs. All of you heard of the company Hindenburg or not? How many of you believe that Hindenburg is an Indian investor? Let me know. How many of you believe that Hindenburg is an Indian investor? No, it is a US company. It's a USA investor. So a USA investor has come to India, purchased the shares of Adani group of companies. So is the logic okay here? So on one side, you have examples of foreign investors investing in physical assets. Second, you also have examples of foreign investors who are investing in the financial instruments, So one is FDI, second one is FPI, foreign portfolio investors. That is one very important difference here. Second very important point, whenever you talk about FDI, please remember this. FDI is always associated with multiplier effect. FDI is always associated with multiplier effect. What do you mean by multiplier effect? They are going to invest and set up a manufacturing facility. You tell me, if they are going to set up a manufacturing facility, does it not mean that investment is going to increase? Let me know if you disagree. Does it not mean that investment is going to increase? And if the investment increases, will that contribute to GDP or not? Will it contribute to GDP? Of course, yes. So whenever you are talking about FDI, it is associated with multiplier effect. What about FPI? Is it associated with multiplier effect? No. Generally, FPI is associated with increasing capital availability in the stock market, in the bond market, etc. What is the role of FPI? It will increase the availability of money, capital, in the stock market, in the bond market. What these foreign investors do is, they have dollars, they'll bring these dollars into India, they will invest in stock market. So when they will invest in the stock market, can I say capital in the stock market increases? If they invest in the bond market, can I now say that the capital availability in the bond market has increased? So FPI generally is associated with increasing capital availability in the market, that is in the stock market or the bond market, whereas FDI is more associated with the multiplier effect in the economy. Next very important point, the FDI will invest in physical assets, FPI will invest in the financial assets. Right? It is usually for a longer duration, it is a comparatively shorter duration. Underline the term comparatively. Sir, what do you mean by this? Imagine you're a billionaire. You have right $100 billion. You want to set up a manufacturing facility in India. How many of you will come, bring the money today, and you look at Indian economy and take your money out after 1 year? Do you think foreign direct investment will work like this? Let me know. Right? You have $100 billion. You will bring your money into India, set up a manufacturing facility, and after 1 year, you want to move out of India. Do you think FDI will work like this? No. FDI will not work like this. Why? I'll tell you. You have brought, let's say, $1 billion. You have invested, you have set up a manufacturing facility. Will you simply sell it away after 1 year? I hope you understand. You will incur a lot of losses. You will not do that. What you will do is, generally, right, let's say, some of you will say, sir, what if there is a recession? You will wait for the economy to recover. You will wait for economy to recover. Sir, can you prove it? Right? How many of you know that the company, let's say, such as, right, VW has been present in India for more than a decade now? A foreign company such as Accenture has been present in India for many, many years now. Coca-Cola company, Pepsi company, Microsoft, they have been present in the Indian economy for many, many decades now. Now, there have been recessions in Indian economy. There have been periods where growth rates are very high, certain duration where growth rates have contracted. But have they moved out of India? Have these companies ran out of India? Of course, no. They know that today if there is a recession in the economy, they will have to wait it out. They'll have to simply wait for a certain time period. Economy will again recover. So that is a basic idea. They will stay in a country for a longer duration because they have invested lot of money. They've simply invested lot of money in the let's say manufacturing facility or the service sector. Whereas the FPI, tell me, if Fed tapering happens, don't you think there will be outflow of FPI? And if you're reading newspapers, all of this becomes very easy for you. If Fed tapering is done in USA, will FPI not move out of India? If Russia-Ukraine war is continuing for let's say 1 more month, Russia attacks again, threatens nuclear power, etc., will FPI not move out of India? If Indian economy, there is a concern over recession in Indian economy, will they not move out of India? Of course, yes. Because please understand, FPI, they are not worried about investing for a very longer duration. Their focus is profits. Their focus is simply profits. Where can I get more profits in a very short duration? If they see in Indian economy, they will get more profit, they will stay here. If they feel that USA market will get them more profit, they will go to USA. If they feel that German market will get them more profit, they will go to Germany. That is the reason, remember this, FPI is also referred to as hot money. Remember the term. That's the reason FPI is also referred to as hot money. They will come whenever they feel like there is a better opportunity available in India, and they will withdraw the money whenever they feel there is a better opportunity available outside India. That's the reason FPI is also referred to as a hot money. Okay. Investment are done in order to earn profit. Investments tend to be speculative in nature. This is based, both of them are private sector, right? So most of it is private sector. And by the virtue of being a private sector, they're focused on the earning of more and more profits. But you tell me, when you invest in the stock market, don't you think you're investing based on speculation? Let me know. When you invest in the stock market, are you not speculating in the stock market? And we have been using the term speculation multiple times now. For example, sir, where you have used speculation? When I was discussing inflation, I used the term speculation. When I discussed the exchange rate, I used the term speculation. Speculation means what? You're expecting the market to behave in a certain way. You're expecting the market to behave in a certain way, right? That is called as a speculation. And any investment that you do in the stock market, it is basically speculation. You do not have the information. I hope you understand. If any one of you says, sir, no, I'm not speculating, I have information that the company A is going to purchase company B, then my dear, it is called as insider trading. I hope you understand this, right? When you say, sir, for sure I know that company A is going to purchase the company B, and that is the reason I've purchased the shares of company A. If you say that, it is called as insider trading. Have you heard of the term insider trading? Right? The concept of pump and dump, right? Mr. Arshad Varsi related case. Insider trading. What do you mean by insider trading? You have access to certain information that you are not supposed to have. I hope you understand. You have access to certain information that you are not supposed to have as an investor in the market. You are not supposed to have that information. Why? If you are supposed to have that information, everybody else also has that information. Insider information, right? That is basically the concept of, right, the idea of insider trading. You're not supposed to do that. If you do that, it's illegal. SEBI says it's illegal. So all the transactions that you do in a stock market, purchase the shares of Adani. Now, let me give a very simple example. Let me know whether this is making perfect sense to you or not. Tomorrow, Hindenburg, hypothetically, tomorrow, Hindenburg will come out with a report on one more company. I hope you understand. Tomorrow, Hindenburg will come out with a report on one more company. If you are owning the shares of that company, what will you do? Let me know. Tomorrow, Hindenburg will come out with a report on one more company. If you are holding the shares of that company, what will you do? Will you purchase more and more shares? No, you will sell them off. You will sell them off. Why? Why? For a fact, you know that the moment Hindenburg will come, what will the market behave? How will the market behave in the coming days? You know that the market will start correcting the prices of the shares. The market prices of the share will come down. Is it not speculation? I hope you understand. Is it not speculation? Are you not expecting the market to behave in a certain way? So the foreign portfolio investments generally tend to be speculative in nature. FDI, comparatively very difficult to withdraw the money because you have invested in infrastructure. Whereas FPI, very easy. Comparatively, it is very easy to enter and exit a country because you are not investing in physical asset. You are not investing in a physical asset. You are simply purchasing shares. You will sell shares, move out of India. Comparatively, that is compared to FDI, FPI, investment and withdrawal is very, very easy. So these are certain differences between the foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment. Done? So in case of India, both are allowed. In case of India, both are allowed. FDI is also allowed. FPI is also allowed. Now let me enter into FDI. Or before that, one more technical definition. What does Government of India, right, define, or how does Government of India define FDI and FPI? Follow this definition carefully. It's a current affairs concept. Government of India had set up one committee, Arvind Mayram Committee. And based on the recommendations of Arvind Mayram Committee, this is how Government of India will delineate or differentiate between what is FDI and what is FPI. Point number one, whenever you're talking about a listed company, right, please understand this carefully. In case of a listed company, a foreign company will purchase at least 10% of the shares. I'll repeat it again. In a listed company, if the foreign company purchases at least 10% of the shares, underline the term 10%, underline the term shares. Because shares is important, equity is important, because equity will give you ownership. Is the logic okay? Equity will give you ownership. Will the bond purchasing give you ownership? We have discussed all of it. Let me know. You are a foreign investor. You will purchase, let's say, right, bonds of a company. Will the bonds give you ownership? No, bonds will not give you ownership. Baba, right? Some of you are saying yes. I don't know how, right? Because we have discussed all of it, right? Where? In the financial market, nicely divided equity market, bond market, etc. So whenever you purchase, you're a foreign investor, you purchase bond of a company. It is not giving you ownership. But if you purchase shares of the company, it will give you ownership. So always remember this. A foreign investor will bring money into India, purchase at least 10%, own at least 10% of shares in a company, that is classified as FDI. That is classified as FDI. At least 10% in a listed company classified as FDI, foreign direct investment. But if a foreign investor will bring dollars into India, purchase up to 10% of the shares. Purchase up to 10%. Up to 10% means 9%, 8%, 7.5% of the shares of the company. That is called as FPI, foreign portfolio investment. Foreign portfolio investment. So one is FDI in a listed company, by the way. One is FDI, 10% or more than 10%. If it is up to 10%, it is called as FPI. Now here is one condition. Please follow this. Here is one condition. Imagine you are a foreign investor. Today you will bring dollars, purchase 8% of the shares in a company. You'll purchase 8% of the shares in a company. That is, let's say, listed company. technically it is not FDI, it has to be classified as FPI. But government says there is an exception here. I will relax this rule. Why? If you can provide a guarantee, that is, if you provide a guarantee to the government that in the next 1 year, in the next 12 months, you will increase your ownership in this listed company to at least 10%. I will repeat it. All these are technical concepts. Remember this. If you bring money and purchase, let's say, less than 10%, then basically it should be classified as FPI. But government says, I will give you an exemption provided you guarantee to me that in the next 12 months, you will increase your ownership from 8% to at least 10%. You will own at least 10% of the shares in the next 1 year. If you can guarantee me that, I will automatically classify you as FDI. Right? This is in case of listed companies. What about unlisted companies? What about unlisted companies? In case of unlisted companies, a foreign investor will bring any amount of money, purchase any amount of ownership. I'll repeat it. In an unlisted company, a foreign investor will bring any amount of money, purchase any amount of ownership. That is called as FDI. That is called as FDI. Now, some of you will ask, sir, why FPI is not there in an unlisted company? You tell me. Are the shares of unlisted company available in the stock market? Let me know. Are the shares of unlisted company available in the stock market? No. I hope you understand. The shares of unlisted company are not available in the stock market. It is not a listed company. Unlisted means what? It is not a listed company. So if it is not there in the stock market, how can you have FPI in case of unlisted companies? I hope you understand, right? So this is basically how Government of India uses the division, or let's say the classification of both FDI and FPI. And this recommendation was given by Arvind Mairam Committee. Arvind Mairam Committee. This is the recommendation given by the committee. Please remember this. Right. So this is the discussion regarding the definition, the idea of FDI and FPI. Now, let me enter into the details about FDI now. Foreign direct investment. What is the definition? How do you define FDI? It is the investment by a foreign company wherein there is a purchasing of ownership in a host country. Do you remember the concept of home and host country? Let me know. Do you remember the concept of home country and host country? Yesterday itself, I believe, no, sorry, day for yesterday. When I was discussing the services sector, I've told you this. What do you mean by home country? What do you mean by host country? So FDI, how do you define FDI? A foreign investor will bring money and purchase ownership in a host country. That is, let's say investor will come from USA, will invest in Indian market and purchase ownership. What kind of ownership? They might purchase a 51% in a company. Possible? Let me know. They might purchase 51% in an Indian company. Imagine you have a company, right? You have one company, it is performing very well. And a foreign investor will come, right? They will simply say, I will give you so much amount of money. Can you give me 51% ownership? That is basically FDI. All of you will agree? That is basically FDI. Otherwise, one more example is a foreign company will come. They will not purchase anything from you. They will only set up their own company in India. I hope you understand this. A foreign company will come. They will bring a lot of money. They will not even talk to you. They will only set up their own company in India. Right? Can I call this as a 100% ownership in a foreign company? 100% of this company is owned by a foreign company. Right? In the same way, we will also have a 76% ownership. We will also have 26% ownership like this. Sir, why are you writing all of this? Many of the times, if you are reading the newspapers very carefully, the newspaper will have one statement. 100% FDI is allowed. 49% FDI is allowed. 51% FDI is allowed. What is the meaning of these statements? What is the meaning of the statements? Imagine you want to invest in one sector, 51% FDI is allowed. You want to invest in one of the sectors, 51% FDI is allowed in the sector. Now you tell me, can you set up a company in India which is 100% owned by you? Let me know. Very simple logic. In a sector, 51% is allowed. Can you bring all your money, invest in this sector and set up a company owned by only you? Not possible. Why? Not possible. Why? The reason is only up to 51% is allowed, which means you will have to enter into a joint venture, JV, joint venture with an Indian company. Is the logic okay here? You'll have to enter into, right, a joint venture with an Indian company. You'll have to tie up with an Indian company, right? Because beyond 51%, Government of India will not allow, right? That is a basic idea. That's the reason, again, I'll keep on telling you this. From one sector to another sector, government will keep on changing the numbers and it is not constant. Government, based on its requirement, based on security reasons, etc., they will decide. It could be 26%, it could be 49%, it could be 51%, it could be 100%, etc. Right? For example, if you remember the payment banks and small finance banks, just go back. I know I'm asking you to go back 4 weeks now or 3 weeks. Right? Don't you remember, in case of payment bank as well as small finance bank, foreign investment will be allowed? Up to certain limit, foreign investment will be allowed. Mega food park, up to certain limit, foreign investment will be allowed. Now, who will decide all of these limits? Who is going to decide all these limits? It is going to be the Government of India. It is going to be Government of India. So understand the logic here. Government of India will decide in which sector, point number one, in which sector FDI should be allowed or not. In a particular sector, whether FDI should be allowed or not, government will decide. Point number two, in one sector, if FDI is allowed, how much is allowed? Again, government will decide. Simply government, everything is decided by the government itself. Point number three, look at this third point. Government of India can also decide a specific policy for some of the countries. I'll give you example. Please look at the statement first. Government of India can decide a specific FDI policy for some of the countries. Right? What do you mean by this? I'll give you a current affairs example. Government of India 2 years ago stated that the FDI which will come from neighboring countries of India. I'll repeat it. The Government of India 2 years ago during pandemic announced that any FDI that comes from neighboring countries. What are neighboring countries for India? Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, Pakistan, etc. So any FDI that will come from our neighboring countries, right, they will have to take the permission of Government of India. I'll repeat it, understand this carefully. 2 years ago, during the pandemic, Government of India announced that any FDI that will come from my neighboring country, they will have to take the permission of Government of India if they want to invest in India. What was the reason? The reason was very simple. Government of India was concerned about increasing investment by Chinese companies in India. Increasing investments by Chinese companies in India. They were concerned about it. That is a precise reason you cannot directly target China. You cannot do that. Right? You cannot directly target one country and make a policy. What did Government of India do? They simply said, all the FDI that will come from my neighboring countries, before you invest in India, take my permission, right? Then enter into India. So what is the policy regarding FDI? Anything that Government of India will decide, that will be the policy. And now can I say that from one government to another government, from one time period to another time period, FDI policy can change. Is the logic okay? From one time period to another time period, from one government to another government, policy can change. Because for example, until couple of years ago, right, let's say earlier governments, they did not allow higher FDI in insurance sector. Now the present government allows higher FDI. The earlier governments did not allow higher FDI, or in fact in many of the sectors FDI itself was not allowed. Right? Why? We were focused on promotion of public sector in India. So but over a period of time, we have allowed more and more inflow of FDI. So from one time period to another time period, from one government to another government, policy of FDI can change. Right? These are the points. Now, how can FDI enter into India? What routes, what methods are allowed by the government for FDI to enter into India? Have a look at this. One is called as a direct route. Another name for direct route is automatic route. And second one is called as an approval or government route. Direct or automatic, approval or government route. What is the meaning of it? Let me explain this. Imagine there are three sectors, A, B and C. Imagine there are three sectors. Government of India has allowed FDI in all the three sectors. But government says A and B, I'll keep it under the direct route, and C, I'll keep it under the approval route. The meaning of this is, if you're a foreign investor who wishes to invest in either sector A or B, you can simply bring your money, invest in the sector. You do not require any permission, any approval of the government. On the other side, if you want to invest in the sector C, then the government says, first you will have to take my permission or approval. First take my permission or approval, then you are allowed to invest in the sector C. Is the logic okay? Let me know. Right? Direct or automatic route means what? Don't take any permission. Bring your money, invest in the sector. Whereas approval route means first take the permission of the government of India, then you will be allowed to invest in the sector. That is called as a direct route and approval route. And today most of the sectors are under the direct route. Today most of the sectors are under the direct route because government says we require a lot of foreign investments to happen. And because I require a lot of investments to happen, I cannot ask the companies to keep on taking permission from me. That will delay the whole process. So what I'll do, I will make it easier for the foreigners or foreign companies to invest in India by bringing the sectors under the direct or automatic route. But there is one condition here. One condition. What is the condition? If you're bringing your money under the direct route and you're investing, once you bring the money into India in the next 30 days, that is in the next 1 month, you will have to intimate Reserve Bank of India. You'll have to intimate Reserve Bank of India. You'll have to give an indication to Reserve Bank of India. You'll have to provide the details to RBI. What about approval route? Again under approval route, there are two ways. One, if you want to bring in up to 5,000 crore rupees, if you want to bring in up to 5,000 crore, invest in sector C, then there is one website, one portal, right? It is basically a single window clearance system, Foreign Investment Facilitation Portal, FIFP, Foreign Investment Facilitation Portal. Government of India set up a website. You apply for the clearances in the website. Government will give you clearances. That is, respective ministry through the portal will give you clearance. And now you are allowed to bring up to 5,000 crore rupees into India. On the other side, if you want to bring more than 5,000 crores, if you want to bring in more than 5,000 crore rupees, then the approvals will be given by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. This is how FDI will keep on flowing into India, and these are the different numbers, or let's say we will use the term slabs. These are the slabs of FDI which is allowed in India. In some of the sectors it is 49, in some sectors it is 51, in some sectors it is 100%, It will vary from one sector to another sector. And this is how FDI will come into India. Now, I've given you some examples. Please have a look at it. Don't do PhD on this, right? Hundreds of sectors are there in India. Do not do PhD. Simply by heart, go forward. These are the sectors where FDI is allowed. These are the sectors where FDI is prohibited, not at all allowed. Okay. Now, what are the advantages of FDI? What are the merits associated with the FDI? Why should India allow FDI to flow into India? First one, FDI will bring a lot of money into India. That is, can I say, FDI will lead to dollar inflow in India. Anybody has a problem with this? Capital account. Capital account. FDI leads to inflow of dollars. Point number one. Point number two, FDI will also bring a lot of technology into India. FDI will bring better managerial expertise, managerial experience into India. Right? This is point number one. Point number two, it will promote competition in India. Anybody disagrees with this? Let me know. Right? I'll give you one example. Remember that example, automatically you'll be able to understand all of it. The example of Ola versus Uber. Example of Ola versus Uber. Or earlier, example of Flipkart versus Amazon. Flipkart versus Amazon. Again, underline the term earlier. Today, can I say Flipkart versus Amazon, right, is basically a domestic company versus foreign company? No. Today, Flipkart is owned by Walmart company. Flipkart is owned by Walmart. Walmart is again a US company. Earlier, Flipkart was an Indian company. Now it is owned by a US company. So, if you have observed the competition between Flipkart versus Amazon, Ola versus Uber, right, don't you think entry of foreign companies will always promote competition in India? Of course, yes, they will promote competition. It will improve balance of trade. Sir, how FDI will improve balance of trade? One, they will bring lot of dollars into India, invest in manufacturing. Invest in manufacturing. Now, when you promote manufacturing of the product, what will happen to imports of this product? Let me know. What will happen to import of this product? Can I give you a current affairs example? Apple company. Apple company. There are two, right, basically companies associated with Apple company who are involved in manufacturing of Apple products, right? Foxconn and Winston. And they have started manufacturing Apple phones in India. And when you basically manufacture these Apple phones in India, what will happen to import of Apple phones? Importing of Apple phones will come down. Rather than importing, can we start exporting it? And it has happened. This has actually happened in India. That is the reason I'm giving you this example. Right? So one, imports will be coming down because we'll start manufacturing them in India. And it might so happen that we'll start exporting. So what will happen to balance of trade? It will promote the positive improvement in the balance of trade. Rather than having a deficit because of this, it might start adding to the surplus because of this. Okay, so that is one more advantage. It will generate a lot of employment. It will generate a lot of employment. Again, you should not have doubt regarding this. It will generate a lot of employment. It will contribute to manufacturing sector in India. It will contribute to services sector in India. Customers, right, will get the benefit of this. Customers will get the benefit of this. Sir, how customers will get the benefit of this? Tell me, with the entry of Amazon, did you get the benefit or not? With the entry of Amazon into India, did you get the benefit? Did I get the benefit? Did customers get the benefit? Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Discount prices, home delivery, right, return policy, etc., etc. So customers will get the benefit. Manufacturing sector contribution will be there. Service sector contribution will be there. It will help us earning dollars now. It will also help expansion of the Indian market, and right, India's exports might increase. Integration into the global market will also increase. Right. So these are some of the advantages of foreign direct investment. These are the advantages associated with FDI, foreign direct investment. Now, what are the disadvantages? What are the concerns then? How can it be that it is purely advantageous and there is absolutely no concern? There are concerns. Let me discuss one by one. First one, the government to attract the foreign companies will have to make policy changes. Can I give you a current affairs example? The state governments of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, yesterday I've told you this. The state governments of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka have changed their labor laws. Right? Were forced to change their labor laws to attract the FDI. I'll give you one more example. Earlier, corporate tax rate in case of India was a single rate, 30%. But if you remember, I've told you this, corporate tax rate, there is an option. It has been reduced for some of the companies to 22%. Of course, government is going to lose revenues because of this. Because it has reduced from 30 to 22%, some revenue will be lost. But don't you think one of the reasons the government is changing their policies is to protect the interest of the foreign companies? To attract foreign companies to come into India, set up manufacturing facilities in India. So one of the concern is, sir, what is the concern here? Is it not against the sovereignty policy or the principle of sovereignty? Right? Polity is over for you. It should not be very difficult to understand sovereignty here. Right? What do you mean by sovereignty? Again, basic idea. Sovereignty simply means the right to take decisions independently. I hope you understand. Sovereignty in simple terms, what does it mean? It refers to the right of a state to take decisions independently, without any coercion, without any force, to protect their own interest, to protect the interest of the state. But don't you think in this case, in the example that I'm giving here, government is not taking a policy to protect its interest. It is to protect the interest of foreign companies. That is one of the concerns. Government will be forced to amend their policies. It will be forced. They don't have any choice. Right? Second one, will promote unhealthy competition. Now, before you start typing, sir, previous slide you wrote competition, now unhealthy competition. You are contradicting. Let me explain it first. Listen to the explanation. There is an allegation, of course, that these foreign direct investments, I'll give you an example, Amazon are providing lot of discounts. There's a term called as a deep discounting. Right? What is the meaning of deep discounting? The discounts are provided to such a large extent, nobody can compete with them. Now imagine there is one bookstore. There is a bookstore. They are selling, let's say, Lakshmikant book, or they are also selling Ramesh Singh, right, Nitin Singhania, whatever book. But the same book is available on Amazon at 40% discount, 20% discount, 50% discount. You tell me, will you go to the bookstore and purchase the book, or you will sit in your home worried about the summer, blaming everybody else for pollution, running your AC, open your Amazon app and order the product? Let me know, which one would you prefer? Obviously, most of you will prefer, sir, summer, sir, I don't want to go outside. And some of you will simply say, sir, I'm busy with UPSC preparation, I don't want to go anywhere. So I'll simply open my Amazon app or Flipkart app or whatever app, I'll simply order it from here. Now, if you do that, what will happen to the sales of the bookstore? What do you think will happen to the sales of the bookstore? Sales will go down. Will they be able to compete with Amazon now? No. Many of these stores have been forced to close. I hope you understand. Many of these stores, they have incurred losses. They have been forced to close because of that. And even if you remember it, a decade ago, how many e-commerce companies were there in India? I hope you remember that. Right? How many of you remember how many e-commerce companies were there in India a decade ago, not today? Today, if I ask you how many e-commerce companies, you can simply count them in your fingers. Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, etc., etc. But decades ago, a decade ago, or let's say 8 or 10 years ago, many e-commerce companies were there. But many of these e-commerce companies were not able to compete with Flipkart, were not able to compete with Amazon. They have been either merged with them, the companies have purchased them, or they have been forced to shut down. So the argument is very simple here. Because of such practices, other competitors will not be able to compete. It will reduce the competition in the market. Can I call this as unhealthy competition? Let me know. Can I call this as unhealthy competition? Right? So this is one more concern here. And some of you might simply say, sir, what is the problem with this? What is the problem with this? Right? Apply it to telecom sector. Just look at the similarity in the telecom sector. If you are a customer, a decade ago, or let's say 15 years ago, you had an option, you had a bouquet of service providers. 8 to 10 companies were there to provide telecom services to you. Today, how many telecom companies are there? Right, Vodafone India is there. You do not know when they will shut down because they are continuously incurring losses. BSNL is there. It is taking the support of Government of India almost at the brink of closure, which government will not allow because government owned company. One more company is Airtel. It is also saying competition is very high, right? I need to look at my revenues. And the other company is Jio. Most of the customers are running towards Jio. You have 4 service providers. And if you look at the pricing methodology that was used by Jio, they started with the cheapest pricing. And now tell me, have they not increased their tariffs in the last 1 year? Let me know. Have they not increased their tariffs? Has Jio not increased the tariff in the last 1 year? Right? Yes, they have increased the tariff. I have Jio, by the way. Right? Don't say no. I have Jio SIM. Many of you have Jio SIM. Many of you have additional Jio SIM. Right? So in the last 1 year, they've increased tariff. But what is the alternative to you? You let me know what is an alternative to you. You want to shift to Vodafone India? No. You want to shift to BSNL? Who uses BSNL SIM today? Maybe your parents, grandparents are using BSNL. So I hope you understand the logic here. When the number of competitors will come down, right, the options to the customers will also come down. Options to the customers, availability of options will come down. And there will come a point of time, even though they will start increasing the price, you will not have any option but stay with them. Right? That is a concern here. That is simply a concern. Right? For example, sir, you're talking about telecom sector. Right? Any example in e-commerce? Let's say Amazon, Flipkart, only 2 companies. Compared to 10 companies, only 2 companies are there. One of the company will give you offer of 5%, another company will offer you 3%. That's it. Very low discount. Initially, they would give you 60% discount, 40% discount. Now, one company is giving you 5% discount, another gives you 3% discount. But what is the option to you? Even now, you will feel this is a better deal. Rather than going to a store, this is a better deal. But don't you think the options that were available to you have already come down? Right? So that is a problem with respect to promotion of unhealthy competition. Next one, it will lead to regional disparities. Has it happened? Yes. Right, sir, why? Why does it lead to regional disparities? I'll give a very simple example. Imagine one state is there, one state government. Infrastructure in the state is very good. Manufacturing sector is already, right, working very well in the state. Labor laws are very easy for the companies, etc. Compared to one more state. This is state 1 and state 2. Labor laws, right? Let's say other laws of the government, labor availability, right? Infrastructure, all of them are in your favor in the state 1. Now, if you're a foreign investor, will you take your money to the state 1 or state 2? I hope you understand. You're a foreign investor, right? You look at the state 1 and state 2, all of these features are in your favor in the state 1. Will you take your investment to the state 1 or state 2? Of course, you will take your investment to state 1. Can I give you examples? Whenever you divide how much FDI will flow into states in India, you will not be surprised to know that a lot of this FDI will flow to Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra, right? Plus Telangana. Many of you will say, sir, what about Telangana? Telangana. Why? What is the reason? What is the reason? Reason is simple. Labor laws are much more simple in these states. And labor laws are much more simple. These states are already industrialized. Infrastructure is already available. Labor availability is very easy. It is easy to export from these states, because if you look at the states that I gave you examples of, these are coastal states, etc. Now tell me, if a lot of FDI will flow into these states, what about other states then? Don't you think regional disparities which are already present, these regional inequalities will become deeper now? That is the concern. That is the concern. And this is a fact, by the way. This is the fact, by the way. Okay. And next one is issue of taxation. Tax avoidance. Sir, what is this? Transfer pricing. We have discussed the concept of transfer pricing when I was discussing taxation. Transfer pricing will lead to a lot of tax avoidances in India. Are foreign companies, FDIs, known for transfer pricing leading to tax avoidance? Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Right? There are many examples. We have been discussing this again and again. Lot of tax avoidance will happen because of foreign companies. So that is also a demerit, because government of India depends a lot on tax revenues. If you remember the data that I gave you in the budgeting concept, somewhere around 60% of the total income earned by the government of India, somewhere around 60% of the total income earned by government of India comes through the form of taxes itself. And if foreign companies are involved in the tax avoidance, the tax revenues of the government will be impacted. Okay, so these are some of the demerits, some of the issues or some of the demerits associated with FDI. Done. So this is advantages, disadvantages of foreign direct investment. Now here itself, let me add certain points here. There is a concept called as a double taxation avoidance agreement. Double taxation avoidance agreement. What is this double taxation avoidance agreement? Let me explain it to you. Imagine you are an investor who is sitting. Did I discuss this? Some of you are saying it is already discussed. Let me know. In that case, I'll simply revise it. Double taxation avoidance agreement will basically avoid double taxation on the same income. It will avoid a double taxation. I believe when I discussed taxation, I believe I've told you at that point of time. It will avoid a double taxation on the same income. For example, you are a USA investor. You have invested certain amount in India. Government of India will impose a tax on the income. USA government will also impose the tax on the same income. That is called as double taxation. And that will lead to certain prohibition of investments, flow of investments. And to avoid this only, governments will sign the agreement, which is called as double taxation avoidance agreement. Okay, DTAA. It is there very often in the newspaper. Please be very careful. Please be very, very careful. Done. So this is the discussion regarding FDI. Some more points, factual information. India is one of the countries with huge inflow of FDI. Right, sir, what do you mean by this? Whenever host countries, I repeat, whenever host countries are ranked, India will be one of the top 10. In terms of FDI, whenever host countries are ranked like this, India will be in the top 10. And in the top 2, generally you will see USA, China. India will be generally in the rank of 7th, 8th or 9th, but definitely yes, India is one of the top 10 host countries in terms of FDI. Post 2000, the service sector has started attracting huge amount of FDI. In fact, I've told you this when I discussed industries and services. Singapore and Mauritius are the top 2 FDI sourcing countries, sourcing economies. Meaning what? If you find out how much FDI will come into India and from which country it is coming, generally you will find Singapore and Mauritius in the top. These are the two countries from where FDI will flow into India. So these are certain very important points regarding foreign direct investment. Done. Let me go to the next one here. Or before that, one more concept is the depository receipt. Idea of depository receipt. Now, what is the meaning of depository receipt? Please look at the definition first. I will explain it in some time. Please look at the definition. Depository receipt, it is a financial instrument which represents publicly traded shares issued by a company in a foreign market or offshore market. I've written issued by the company here, but technically speaking, I will tell you the process. Have patience. Technically speaking, it is not the company which literally issues it. It is right, a financial institution such as a bank who will issue these depository receipt. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let's start. Let's start the process here. In case of, let's say, an Indian company, imagine you have an Indian company, you own the Indian company, and you have the shares of the Indian company. You want to sell these or you want to issue these shares in the foreign market. Now, what you have to do? Just like SEBI is the regulator in India. All of you know that SEBI is the regulator. Securities Exchange Board of India. SEBI is the regulator in India. In USA also there is a regulator. In UK also there is a regulator. Now, if you want to issue the shares in the foreign market, you will have to go to these regulators, submit a lot of documents. Once they look at the documents, they may or may not give you approval. And if they give you approval, now you will be allowed to list the shares in the foreign market. This is a time-consuming process. I hope you understand. It is a time-consuming process. So what is the alternative here? There is one alternative which is called as a depository receipt. Very, very famous in the international market. Depository receipt. What will happen in a depository receipt? Have a look at this. Imagine your company is XYZ. Rather than issuing shares in USA, I repeat, rather than issuing shares in the USA, in the stock market of USA, you will list instruments which is called as a depository receipt. I hope you understand my statement here. You are not listing your shares there, you are listing the depository receipt. And trust me when I say this, the process that you are supposed to follow to list a depository receipt is very, very comparatively easy. It's very, very easy compared to listing shares in a foreign market. Now, what is the idea? This company XYZ will approach a financial institution, let's say a bank. They will approach a bank. They will submit the shares of the company XYZ. They'll submit the shares of the company XYZ. Now, this bank will not list the shares in the market. This bank rather will list the depository receipt. But what is the basic idea of a depository receipt here? These depository receipts will represent the shares. I hope you understand the point here. These depository receipts will represent the shares. That is, let's say hypothetically, and this is generally the used ratio. Generally, this is the ratio that is used. For every 10 shares, let's say one depository receipt is issued. For every 10 shares, one depository receipt is issued. And imagine, right? Imagine you are the investor in the USA. You will purchase one depository receipt of company XYZ. You will purchase one depository receipt of the company XYZ. Now, can I simply say it is equal to owning 10 shares of the company XYZ? Let me know. You are the investor in the USA. You will purchase one depository receipt of the company XYZ. Is it not equal to owning 10 shares of the company XYZ? This is the basic idea for depository receipt. DR, depository receipt. Very, very famous in foreign markets, not so much developed in India. Not so much developed in India, but foreign markets in USA, UK, this is a very famous concept. The reason is very simple here. if XYZ will go through a normal process, that is to issue shares, if they go through a normal process, it is a very time consuming process, very lengthy process. So company XYZ says, no, I don't want to do that. There's a shorter method that is available to me. I will use that method, issue depository receipt. And that's the reason I said, although I've written the company is issuing the shares, technically it is not a company, it is this institution which is issuing the shares. Now I've written the bank here. In some of the books, you will not see the term bank. You will simply use, they will simply use the term depositories. They'll simply use the term depositories, right? Why these are called as depositories? Because it is these depositories which will issue the depository receipt, right? I've written the term bank. What is the bank doing? Bank is collecting shares from company XYZ and they are issuing depository receipt. Can I call this bank as a depository? Let me know. Can I call this bank as a depository? So they will also use the term depository in the book. Please do not be confused. But look at the next point here. If you own, let's say 10 shares of company XYZ, can I call this as a ownership, equity? And when it is ownership or equity, it will be classified as FDI. It will be classified as foreign direct investment, right? Concept of FDI, foreign direct investment, right? So one more type of a foreign direct investment is depository receipts, DRs, wherein DRs represents an instrument. It is representing an instrument. I'm sorry, it's an instrument which represents publicly traded shares of a foreign company. And remember, there are three types of DRs. Generally, we will divide the DRs into three types. One is called as an American depository receipt. That is, it's a depository receipt of a foreign company but issued in America. Underline the term American depository receipt. American depository receipt means what? A foreign company's depository receipts are issued in America. There is one more, global depository receipt. A foreign company's depository receipts are issued in any other market outside America. Let's say, for example, European market, right? That is any other market outside America. Then there is an Indian depository receipt. That is a foreign company's depository receipt issued in India. That is Indian depository receipt. Right, so these are, right, some of the concepts that I wanted to discuss in the context of FDI, foreign direct investment. Very important for UPSC. Questions have been asked in both prelims as well as mains as well. Please be very, very careful. Done? Now let me enter into the next concept here. Foreign portfolio investments. FPI, foreign portfolio investments. What is this idea of a foreign portfolio investment? Understand this point first. First, understand the point. Portfolio means what? Group of investments, collection of investments. Now, whenever you talk about foreign portfolio investments, it is basically non-resident investors. Non-resident means what? Those investments which are coming from outside India. Any problem here? Those investments which are coming from outside India. Non-resident means from outside India. So now, is it okay if I say this? Even FDI is non-resident? Let me know. Even FDI is non-resident. Correct or wrong? Right? You should be very clear, because some of you will believe, because I've written non-resident in context of FPI, you will believe only FPI is non-resident. Of course, no. Even FDI is non-resident, meaning what? It is coming from outside India. But what is happening in case of foreign portfolio investment? These are non-resident investors such as institutions, individuals, etc., who will invest in financial assets. Who will invest in the financial assets? Who will make an investment in the financial assets? That is basically the concept of foreign portfolio investments. Sir, what do you mean by institutions here? Just like we have mutual funds in India, there will be mutual funds in USA. Any problem with this? Just like we have mutual funds in India, mutual funds will be there in USA. So they will come to India, invest in the Indian market. Can I call this as FPI or not? Can I refer to this as FPI or not? Of course, yes. Right? You are an individual investor sitting in USA. You will invest in the Indian stock market. Can I call this as an individual foreign investor? Again, answer is yes. Now, before you ask me, sir, are the individuals allowed to invest like this? Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Earlier, I've given you a glimpse of it. Sir, where you have told about this? Do you remember the concept of LRS? Let me know. Do you remember the concept of LRS? Liberalized Remittances Scheme. Right? And one of the examples that I told you under Liberalized Remittances Scheme was, you as an investor sitting in India, you can invest in the stock market of USA. Is it not an individual investor? Are you not an individual investor? Answer is yes. So argument is simple here. Many of you are asking me earlier, sir, in my book, FII is written. In my book, FII is written, but you're writing FPI. Right? What is the basic difference? Can I call a foreign institution which will invest in the Indian financial asset as a foreign institutional investor? Let me know. Right? Does it make sense or not? A foreign institute such as insurance company, right, such as mutual fund company, etc., will bring dollars into India, invest in India's stock market. Can I call this as a foreign institutional investor? And that's the reason, remember this, foreign institutional investor generally is a part of FPI. It is a part of FPI. Most of the FPI is in the form of FII only. But it is a part of FPI. Apart from institutions, there are also individuals who are allowed to invest in the foreign market like this. So collectively, it is referred to as foreign portfolio investment. Now, in what way FII is allowed to enter into India? These are the different routes. One, FIIs, right? Generally, these are allowed to invest in the Indian market. These are foreign institutions such as mutual funds, pension funds, etc., which will invest in the foreign market. Again, when you say foreign market, imagine this is from USA, they will invest in India. One way. Second and third, technical current affairs. Let me explain both of them. One is called as a fully accessible route. FAR, fully accessible route. Second one is called as voluntary retention route. Fully accessible route. Second one is voluntary retention route. And both are slightly different. Follow the discussion carefully. Now let me start. What is this fully accessible route? Point number one. Point number one, and this is a question to all of you. And you already know the answer. Should there be any limit on foreign investors investing in Indian market? Financial market. I'm not talking about the other market. Financial market. Should there be any limit on these investors in India? Answer should be yes. Simple answer should be yes. Why? If something happens in the international market, if there is uncertainty, if there's a volatility, first thing that these investors will do is take their money, move out of India. Simply take their money, move out of India. Now imagine there is absolutely no limit. There is absolutely no limit. They can bring any amount of money, invest in government bonds. Focus on the bond market. Imagine there is no limit. They can bring any amount of money, invest in the government bonds. Now, if something happens in, let's say, European market, something happens in the Indian market, first thing that you will see is this unlimited amount of money that has come into India will flow out of India. Will simply start going out of India. Now, as a result of this, can I say that there will be volatility? There will be a lot of volatility created in the financial market. as well as forex market. There will be a lot of volatility, right? The bond market can simply crash. The forex market, rupee can suddenly depreciate because of this outflow. Is it good for Indian economy? Of course no. This kind of volatility or uncertainty is never good for the Indian economy. Why? I'll tell you. It will create a panic in the market. I hope you understand this. It will simply create a panic in the market, and panic is never good for the market. For example, let me give you a basic idea here. Imagine you have shares of a particular company. And right, there is a report which is adverse on this company. That is, let's say, Hindenburg. I hope you understand Hindenburg. Many of the investors may or may not understand what is the report all about. I hope you understand this. I'm taking a current affairs example so that you quickly understand. You may or may not know what is the report all about. But is it okay if I say there is already a panic which has been created in the market? There is a panic which has been created in the market. Right? The investors, without reading the report, without knowing what is the actual situation, they will start selling because there is already a panic. Everybody is selling, let me also sell. I hope you understand, right? Which is counter to the market principle. What is the market principle? Market says buy when the price is low, sell when the prices are high. But what you will end up doing? Because there's a panic, what you will end up doing? You would have purchased at 100 rupee. When everybody is selling, market prices would have crashed to 80 rupees. You will sell it at 80. Right? So that is the panic. That is a panic, and it will create much more volatility in the market. So argument is simple here. The foreign investors, they are bringing money into India, but we cannot allow them without any conditions, without any restrictions to invest in especially bond market. Otherwise, it will create uncertainty. Panic will be created in the market. So what we have done is we have imposed regulations. Now tell me, if you have imposed the regulations, will it not restrict the inflow of dollars into India? Look at the problem. You want to control volatility, so you have imposed a restriction. But because of these restrictions, will it not restrict, will it not reduce the amount of dollar inflow into India? Of course, it will have an impact. So what RBI has done now is, let me try to address it. Let me try to balance both of it. That is, I will continue with restrictions, but I will provide certain relaxations so that dollars will come into India. Because imagine there are three investors, A, B, C. All the three investors are foreign investors. And you're one of them, let's say A. You are basically saying, sir, whatever is the situation in India, I want to stay in India for long duration. Unlike other investors in the stock market, I don't want to keep on withdrawing my money. I have very good confidence in the Indian market. I want to invest for a longer duration in, let's say, corporate bond market. I want to invest for a longer duration in the government bonds, because government bonds are very safe. I know that. But what RBI says, RBI cannot distinguish you. I hope you understand. RBI cannot simply identify you. RBI simply says nothing doing. There is a restriction applicable to all the foreign investors. You are also one of them. But what now RBI does is, they will try to identify these kind of investors. And right, understand this, because these kind of investors are stable investors. They will bring stability. For example, if you are a kind of investor who is going to invest, let's say, for at least 5 years in India, let me know, should we provide certain relaxation to you or not? Think of this. You are an investor in the financial market. You want to invest in the bond market, but you want to stay in India for 5 years. You want to stay in India for 3 years. Should I treat you the same way like I treat every other investor, foreign investor? Does it make sense to you? Let me know. You're the RBI governor, right? And I'm coming to you and I'm saying, sir, I want to invest in India for 3 years. Guarantee 3 years, I will keep my dollars in India. 5 years, guarantee I'll keep my dollars in India. Should you treat me just like any other investor? No. If I'm going to bring dollars for 5 years, for 3 years, for 4 years, don't you think certain relaxation should be provided to me? Right? Does it make sense or not? Of course, it will make a lot of sense. Because other investor might bring dollar today, tomorrow they can withdraw. They will bring dollars today, after 2 days, after 1 week, after 1 month, they can withdraw. But if you provide relaxation to them, they'll create volatility. You do not want to give that relaxation to them, but you will give those relaxations to me. That is basically the concept of fully accessible route and voluntary retention route. I hope you understand FAR and VRR. Let's start. What is FAR? Fully accessible route. Certain government bonds have been identified. Certain government bonds have been identified. Please understand the differences right now. Government bonds have been identified. For example, 5-year government bonds, 10-year government bonds, and 30-year government bonds. Now, I said generally whenever the foreign investors will bring dollars and want to invest in the bond market, restrictions are applicable. RBI now says on these government bonds, restrictions will not be applicable. If you are going to bring money into India and you want to invest in these government bonds, I will not impose any restriction. You bring your dollars, invest on these government bonds. Now, some of you might be saying, sir, why government bonds are covered here? What if they start withdrawing? Point number 1, these are government bonds. Does it not mean the foreign investor will have high safety in this? Let me know. Right? These are government bonds. Does it not mean that the foreign investor will have very, very high safety here? It's not a corporate, it's a government bond. Point number 2, right? Don't you think the coupon rate that is provided on a government bond in India, it is higher than the coupon rate that they can get on other government bonds across the developed countries? That is, in case of India, government offers a higher coupon rate because government of India borrows more money. It is a developing country. They will have to offer a higher coupon rate compared to, let's say, other countries, developed countries, coupon rate on government bonds. So because of this, because these are very safe, coupon rates are comparatively higher, you will be able to attract foreign investors in the fully accessible route. Is it okay? You will be able to attract, right, the foreign investors under the FAR fully accessible route. Any problem with this? Let me know. You'll be able to attract a lot of investments under the fully accessible route. And some of you might simply say, sir, right, if recession happens, etc., etc. Point number 1, these are government bonds. These are very, very safe investments. Please look at the point number 1. These are very, very safe investments, right? Because if you remember, I've told you the point earlier. Post-independence, there has been no instance where government of India has defaulted on the government bonds. There is no instance. You will not find it. Right? There is no instance where government has defaulted on the payment on government bonds. No, it has not happened. So these are very, very safe. That's the reason RBI is not opening up the corporate bond market here, because corporate bond market is very risky compared to government bond market. All of you will agree? As an investor, whether you're a foreign investor or domestic investor, doesn't matter. Corporate bond market is much more riskier compared to government bond market. But under the fully accessible route, the RBI says, bring money into India, invest in government bonds. I will remove the restrictions. I will provide flexibility. The argument here is, because these are government bonds, investors will prefer to keep their investments. They will prefer to keep their investments because safety is very high and coupon rate is higher here. Okay, that is one advantage or one route called as a fully accessible route. Next one, voluntary retention route. Understand the second point carefully. VRR, voluntary retention route. Under the voluntary retention route, RBI allows the foreign investors to invest in a corporate bond market as well as government bond market. RBI will allow foreign investors to invest in a corporate bond market as well as the government bond market. But there is one condition here. Please remember this. There is one condition. What is the condition? The foreign investor who wants to get the flexibility, who wants the RBI to remove the restriction, the foreign investor will have to keep their money, at least 75% of their money in India for at least 3 years. I'll repeat the statement here. I'll repeat the statement because corporate bond market is allowed here. Restrictions in the corporate bond market will be removed for the foreign investor. You can withdraw your money. You can simply withdraw your money, create volatility. But what RBI says is, I will remove the restrictions. I will provide flexibility to you. But you will have to keep at least 75% of your money in India for at least 3 years. For at least 3 years, you will have to keep your up to 75% or at least 75% in India. Right? I've written this here. 3/4 of their investment for at least 3 years have to be kept in India under the voluntary retention route. What does it mean? Right? What does this point mean? It simply means, imagine you're a foreign investor. You have brought in $100 million to invest in bond market. But before you're allowed to invest this $100 million, RBI will simply tell you, you will have to keep at least $75 million in India for at least 3 years. In fact, here competition is there. I hope you understand. In fact, under this, there is a competition, there is a bidding process because many investors want to invest in India. Many investors want to get this flexibility, that advantage of no restriction. They want that advantage. That's the reason RBI says, imagine this, you are the RBI governor, 2 investors will approach you. Investor A will say, I will keep at least 75% for 3 years. Investor A says, I'll keep at least 75% for 3 years in India. Investor B will say, I will also keep at least 75% for 5 years in India. Now you tell me, as an RBI governor, will you give the first preference to A or B? Basic logical argument. Will you give the first preference to A or B? You will give the first preference to B. Why? Retention period. Retention period is higher. B is promising to keep money for a higher duration in India, which means, right, let's say if you allow the B to invest for 5 years, these, let's say $100 million is brought. Now you are guaranteed at least $75 million out of this will be there in India for at least 5 years. At least 75 million will not flow out of India for next 5 years. They will always remain in India for next 5 years. That is basically the concept of voluntary retention route. Voluntary retention route, VRR. There is a limit on investment for FPIs in the debt market. The RBI will do away with certain regulatory restrictions, provide flexibility for the foreign investors. But there's a condition here. What is the condition? The foreign investor who wants to use this route, they will have to give in writing to RBI that at least 3/4 of their investment will be kept in India for at least 3 years. Right? And after that also, RBI will prefer those investors who will give a longer retention period, who will offer a longer retention period for their investments in India. Right? That is basically the idea of a voluntary retention route. One is a VRR. Second one is the concept of the FAR, fully accessible route. Done? Right? So any doubts regarding the FPI? This is basically the idea of the VRR and FPR. Now, before I go to the next one, I want to introduce one more concept to you. That is round tripping. Let me know if I have discussed this. Round tripping and treaty shopping. Round tripping and treaty shopping. No, don't worry. I'll discuss them. Right? Generally, what happens is in some of the batches, I would have discussed round tripping, treaty shopping along with the DTA under taxation. That's the reason generally I will ask whether I have discussed it or not. Let's start. Before I start explaining, I'll draw two pictures. You tell me if both are one and the same. Right? Let me know if both are one and the same. An investor is there in India. This investor will take the money outside India, set up a company in Mauritius, tax haven, set up a company in Mauritius, and through this company will bring the investments back to India. Through this company will bring the investments, rather investment, I'll write money here and investment here. Investment here. This is picture number one. Picture number two. Come to the other side. You are the investor in the USA. You will take your money, open a company in Mauritius, and now this company will make investments in India. Now tell me, don't worry about definition, don't worry about anything else. Tell me, do you think both are one and the same? Let me know. At least based on the picture, do you think both are one and the same? No. Right, look at the term here, round tripping. Right, just like a common man. Think like a common man now. What do you mean by round tripping? What do you mean by a round trip? You will go from your home to a particular place, again come back to the same place. I'm sorry, come back to your own home. Cycle here. Right, you will go from your hometown to one place, come back to your hometown. Round trip. Right, for example, if you're booking, let's say, a flight ticket, they will ask you, is it a round trip? If you're booking a bus ticket, they will ask you whether it is a round trip. And meaning what? You will start from point A, you will return back to point A. That is called as a round trip. What is happening in the first example? The money is starting from India, and again the money is coming back to India in the form of investment. That is a round tripping. Why you will do, how you will do, I'll explain it, have patience. Second case, treaty shopping. The money is starting from USA, it is going to a tax haven, then from the tax haven entering into India. Right, the investments are coming to India. And that is a treaty shopping. Now, let's start. Sir, why will we do this? It is perfectly allowed. It is allowed. Right, in case of India, it is allowed. You are allowed to take your money outside India. You are allowed to open, right, investments or let's say companies outside India. It is allowed, by the way. Can I give you a current affairs example? Adani Enterprises. If you have read about, let's say, the Hindenburg report, one of the issues that they have raised is Adani Enterprises is actually round tripping. Right, now again, it can be done in legal way also, it can be done in illegal way also. Right, illegally how? Money laundering. Have you heard of the term money laundering? And again, do not complicate all of this. Right, money laundering. What do you mean by money laundering? Through various processes, you are converting your black money into white money. Through various processes, you are converting your black money into white money. Laundering. Laundering means cleaning. Right? Whenever you will convert your white money into black money into white money, it is called as money laundering. So imagine, here is an investor. This investor has huge amount of black money. He has a huge amount of black money. If the investor will make the investment directly into the market, if this investor will directly invest into the Indian market, is there a concern about tax officials? Is there a concern that a tax department or the tax department one fine day will raid the home, ask for the proof of the investment, ask for the proof of income generation, etc. But rather than that, what you will do is you will use illegal methods, money laundering. You will take your money outside India, set up an investment company in Mauritius. And trust me, it is very easy to set up company in Mauritius. You will set up a company in Mauritius, and from Mauritius, you will bring your investment back to India, invest in India. Now you will earn a profit, right? And let's say hypothetically, as per the double taxation avoidance agreement, on this profit that you are earning, on this income you are earning, you will have to pay taxes in Mauritius. And let's say Mauritius government says 0% tax on this. Tell me, have you not converted your black money into white money now or not? I hope you understand. What you have done? Through illegal methods, you have brought your money outside India. You will set up one more company in Mauritius. From Mauritius, you will invest in India. And there is an agreement between India and Mauritius. And that's the reason many people will use Mauritius route, Singapore route, Mauritius route, etc. Right? Why do they use the Singapore and Mauritius route? These are tax havens. Tax rates are negligible. Many of them have 0% rate. And a very, very simple process to set up companies or shell companies in such tax havens. So what you have done? You have brought money from India to, right, let's say Mauritius. From Mauritius, you have invested back into India. And because of this agreement, now you are paying taxes in Mauritius, and Mauritius says a 0% tax rate. Are you not enjoying the advantage of a tax break there? Have you not converted your black money into white money? This is called as a round tripping. Then there is one more concept, treaty shopping. Right? What happens in a treaty shopping? Imagine you are an investor in USA. You are the investor in USA. You want to invest in Indian market. You want to invest in the Indian market. Now let's say there's a double taxation avoidance agreement between USA and India. And as per this particular double taxation avoidance agreement, tax rate is let's say 15%. DTA is there. Which country imposes the tax? Don't worry. But the tax rate applicable on your income is 15%. Now, right, you will look at a new system. You will use a new system where you will route your investment from USA through Mauritius into India. You will ask me, sir, why? Why am I routing it? Imagine this number. There is a double taxation avoidance agreement between Mauritius and India, and as a result of this, tax rate on your income is 0%. Tax rate on your income that you have earned in India is 0%. Now tell me, you are the USA investor, what makes more sense to you? Directly investing from the USA to India, or routing your investments from USA to Mauritius then to India? What makes more sense to you? As an investor, which is preferable to you? Most of you will choose the Mauritius route. Most of you will choose Mauritius route. Why? Simple. Tax rate. Tax rate is 0%. Would you want to pay taxes at 15% or 0%? You would ask me, sir, what is taxes in the first case? Right? Because you have forgotten what is taxation. Basically, you will enjoy the benefit of 0% tax rate. I hope you understand. You will enjoy the benefit of 0% tax rate. Sir, will there be a DTA? Of course, yes. There will be a DTA between USA as well as Mauritius. Mauritius is a tax haven. I hope you understand. Singapore, Mauritius, Panama. Have you heard of this or not? Panama, Cayman Islands. All these are tax havens. And these generally end up having these DTAs, wherein, right, the taxes generally are imposed and collected in these tax havens. And these are negligible. 0%, 1%, 2%. I'll give an example. In Mauritius, have a look at this. The long-term capital gains tax rate is 0%. In Mauritius, the long-term capital gains tax is 0%. It's 0%. Right? So don't you think if an investor will route their investment from Mauritius into India, they will try to hold it for a longer duration as per the long-term, short-term division. They will try to hold it for a longer duration, right? It will become long-term capital gains. And how much taxes will they pay to Mauritius government? 0%. They'll pay 0%. right? So that is basically the idea for round tripping and treaty shopping. Round tripping and treaty shopping, both are different. And one more point I just want to tell you. I've given a very simplified version of it. Simplified version means what? In the example one, the money started from India, went to Mauritius, came back to India. It may not be so simple. I hope you understand. It may not be so simple. Why? From India, it will move to Mauritius, Mauritius to, let's say, Switzerland, Switzerland to, let's say, Panama, Panama to Cayman Island, Cayman Island to India. Is it round tripping? Let me know. From India, the money will start now. It will go to Mauritius, Singapore, Switzerland, Panama, Cayman Island, then to India. Is it round tripping? Of course, yes, it is round tripping. But what they have done is, there is a technical term called as layering. There is a technical term called as layering. What do you mean by layering? From one country to another country, you will keep on moving your funds like this. And the advantage of that is, tax officials will find it very difficult to find out actually from where the funds are coming. They will ask the details from Panama. They will say that it has come from Cayman. They will go to Cayman, ask for the details. Cayman might simply say, no, we do not have any kind of agreement. I will not give you that information. Then they will go to, let's say, some other country like this. Very, very difficult. Very difficult. In fact, and I'm pretty sure all of you heard of this, saw this in the movies as well. Don't you think this was one of the reasons why Switzerland banks were very, very famous for basically stocking black money? I understand earlier, this was the reason why Switzerland banks were Swiss banks were very, very famous for this reason. Why? They did not provide the information. They did not share the information. But please understand, India has an agreement with Switzerland. I hope you understand. India has an agreement with Switzerland, right? And now they will have to provide the details. They will have to provide the details. Okay, that's the reason nowadays Swiss accounts are not very famous. If you look at whatever scams have happened 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, one of the player that used to be involved in those scams was Swiss accounts. But today, not so much. Okay, anyways, this is a basic idea for round tripping and treaty shopping. Next is the concept of special economic zones. SEZ is special economic zones. Right, now, what is a special economic zone? Right, understand the logic here. Imagine you're a manufacturer. Imagine you're a manufacturer. Okay. Now, when you're a manufacturer, you will import something to manufacture a product. Now, because you import, government will impose a taxes on this. Logical. Government will impose customs. Now, this is basically how the system will work out. But have a look at the next example here. Government wants you to export this product. Government wants you to export this particular product. Now, when they want you to export this product, and on the one hand, if they impose the taxes on the import that you have done, don't you think your export competitiveness will be lower? Let me know. Right? Is it okay? You are importing certain raw material. Government will impose a tax on this. Raw material, Arey Baba, how? Right? Basically, if you keep on forgetting everything that you have learned in the past, then it becomes very difficult. Trust me, you are supposed to write exams next year, and what you have learned in the last 2 weeks, you have forgotten. If the raw material will attract a tax, cost of raw material increases. As a result of this, the manufacturing cost increases. Right? The product will become costlier, export competitiveness will come down. So what has the government of India done now? They've identified certain regions. Understand this. They've identified certain regions. We will call those regions as special economic zones. And you are a manufacturer. You set up your manufacturing facility in this area, in this zone. Then government will provide you a lot of exemptions. What kind of exemption? I'll tell you. Government will provide you a lot of exemptions to make your exports very, very competitive. Sir, how? How will the government make my exports very competitive? Take the same example. Until now, you were a manufacturer who was present outside SEZ and you imported a raw material to manufacture this marker. Tax was applicable. You paid certain customs duties. Now you will replace, you will basically move from the area that outside SEZ, you will move your manufacturing into SEZ. You will move your manufacturing within the SEZ, Special Economic Zone. Now government says, import the raw material, do not pay any taxes. Import the raw material, but do not pay any taxes on the raw material. You tell me, will your cost of production come down or not? Let me know. Will the cost of production come down or not? Yes, it will come down. If your cost of production come down, what will happen to the market price? Again come down. And if the market price will come down, what will happen to export competitiveness? Export competitiveness will increase. Agreed? Export competitiveness will increase. This is how Government of India, through the concept of special economic zones, will promote exports from India. It is applicable to services sector. It is applicable to manufacturing sector. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. You are producing this marker within the SEZ. Should you be allowed to sell this product in India? Let me know. Should I allow you to sell this product in the rest of India? Right? Because whenever you talk about SEZ, remember this. This is how the SEZ concept is discussed. If this region is called as SEZ, if this is the region which is called as Special Economic Zone, can I call the remaining region as the rest of India? Let me know. If this is your SEZ, can I call this other part as a rest of India? Rather than using the term rest of India, we'll simply use the term domestic tariff area. Remember the names now? This region is called as domestic tariff area. DTA, domestic tariff area. Now, generally, whenever you are set up in the SEZ, you will get a lot of exemptions like this. Government will not allow you to sell in the domestic tariff area. If they allow you to sell in the domestic tariff area, you are at an advantage compared to other manufacturers. Because imagine I am one of the manufacturers, I am set up in a DTA, you are one of the manufacturer, you are set up in the SEZ. You have an advantage of 0% tax rate on imports. I do not enjoy that. So my cost of production is higher, your cost of production is lower. So if you're allowed to sell in the domestic market without any repercussion, then basically your products will be cheaper, I will be out of business. So that's the reason, please remember this. Whatever is produced in the SEZ, either it is a good or a service, it is for export purposes. It is for export purposes. But now there is one problem. What if there is no demand for the exports in the international market? For example, imagine you are exporting to USA, but there is a recession in the USA. You are exporting to UK. There is a recession in the UK. So what will happen to your export? Your exports automatically will go down. So now understand this carefully. Government says you want to sell it in the domestic market, sell it. Understand the point here. You want to sell your product in the domestic tariff area, sell it, but there is one condition. What is the condition? I will treat your product as an import. Have a look at this. You have manufactured in the SEZ. You want to sell this product, that is a marker which is manufactured in the SEZ in domestic tariff area. Then the government says, I will treat this pen as an imported pen. And whatever taxes are applicable to imports, I will impose the taxes on your pen. You might simply say, but sir, I've manufactured in India. You might simply say, I've manufactured in India, but government says, when you manufactured within the SEZ, you imported something, I gave you exemption. I've already given you a tax exemption. So if I do not impose the tax on you now, you will have an advantage over domestic manufacturers. So what I will do, you manufacture this marker in the SEZ, export it, good. But if you manufacture in the SEZ, sell in the domestic tariff area, I will impose the taxes on it. I will treat it as an import. Whatever are the import taxes, I will impose and collect it from you. This is one more very important feature. Next very important feature, whenever you are talking about SEZs, special economic zones, these are developed by private sector. These are developed by private sector. These are developed by the private sector companies. SEZs are approved by the government, no doubt, but are developed by the private sector companies. Next important point, these are special economic zones, that is the units which are set up in the special economic zones, these are supposed to be net foreign exchange earners. These are supposed to be net foreign exchange earners. What do you mean by net foreign exchange earners? Let's start. You will set up a manufacturing facility in the special economic zone. Now you will import something, right? And when you import something, will you pay in dollars? Agreed. You will pay in dollars, which means there is an outflow of dollars from India. Now what government of India says is, you will have to sell, you will have to export and bring more dollars into India. Is the logic okay? That is called as a net foreign exchange earner. If I want to give you an example, imagine you will import something, you will pay $10, which means $10 have gone outside India because of you. Now government of India says, manufacture, sell to such an extent that you should be bringing more than $10, above $10 into India. Let's say you will export the product and you will bring, let's say, $20. You will bring $20. Now can I simply say you are a net earner of foreign exchange of $10? Any problem with this? You are a net foreign exchange earner of how much? $10. So all the units in the special economic zones will have to be a net foreign exchange earners. They will have to be a net foreign exchange earners. And some of you will say, sir, of course, yes, I will be a net foreign exchange earner. It's not that simple. I'll tell you why. I've taken only one product here. Have a look at this. I've taken only one product. Obviously, when you will purchase, right, import, or when you will import something, and export something, the final product value is higher. If you look at only one product, it makes perfect sense. But I'm talking about annual net foreign exchange earners. Annual net foreign exchange earners. In 1 year, you have imported a lot of raw materials. You have imported a lot of products. Tax exemption has been given to you. But the dollars that you will bring into India in that 1 year should be more than the dollars that you have taken out of India. That is a net foreign exchange earners. Next one, tax exemption in the form of corporate taxes. Again, some of the books will say income taxes. Income taxes on whom? Companies. Income taxes on companies is nothing but corporate tax. So corporate tax, 100% exemption is provided for first 5 years. I'll repeat it. 100% exemption is provided for first 5 years. What do you mean by 100% exemption? Imagine you are a manufacturer. You have earned a profit of 100 crore rupees. Your profit is how much? 100 crore rupees. Now, if you're not present in the SEZ, if you're not present in the special economic zone, 30% tax rate is applicable to you. Can I say you will end up paying 30 crore rupee income tax to government? Any problem with the calculation? You have earned a profit of 100 crore. You are coming under the 30% tax rate. You will simply pay 30 crore rupee taxes to government of India. But if you're present in the special economic zone, if you're present in the SEZ, for the first 5 years, 100% tax exemption. You do not have to pay anything to the government. Whatever your profit is, 100% tax exemption. For the next 5 years, 50% exemption. What do you mean by 50%? Apply the same logic. You are supposed to pay 30%, that is 30 crore rupees. you do not have to pay full 30 crore. You will have to pay 50% of it to the government. So tax exemption will be provided for totally 15 years, right? Although I've written 10 years only, tax exemptions are provided for 15 years under the special economic zone. And the concept of special economic zone in the context of India was introduced with SEZ Act of 2005. With the SEZ Act, Special Economic Zones Act of 2005. Done? So these are certain very, very important points regarding special economic zone. Now, apart from this, all the facilities will be provided by the private developer. I've told you this, private sector will be developing this. All these, right, let's say infrastructure, road infrastructure, water supply, security, office space, everything will be provided by the private developer itself. The act, what is the act I'm talking about? Special Economic Zones Act. The Special Economic Zones Act provides for single window clearance. Single window clearance means what? Rather than going from one ministry to another ministry, rather than getting approvals from multiple authorities, you will get the approval from only one authority, and the name of the authority is Board of Approval. BOA, Board of Approval, which is an interministerial authority. You'll get all the clearances from this authority. Okay, so this is basically the idea of a single window clearance system. Now, let me ask a simple question. Is the single window clearance system example of ease of doing business or not? Let me know. Is the single window clearance system, we have discussed single window clearance under FDI, single window clearance under SEZ now. Is it not an example of ease of doing business? Yes. Please remember that. Please remember that, right? All these are examples. Sir, why should I remember it? If I ask you a question like this, Government of India in recent times is focused on minimum government, maximum governance. Elaborate. I hope you understand. The government in recent times has been focused on minimum government, maximum governance to promote industrialization. Elaborate in 250 words. Can I say one of the points should be the idea of a single window clearance system? Think of it. One of the points should be single window clearance system, right? So please be very, very careful. These kind of questions have been asked by UPSC, right? Because these are the dots. Different dots are there. You'll have to keep on connecting it like this. Now, what has been the performance of SEZ so far? More than 400 have been approved by the government, but somewhere around 200 plus. I've given the data here. Please do not bug up the data, because by the time you write the exam, the data will change. So more than 400 have been approved by the government. More than 200 are actually operational in India. The investment in the SEZs has increased over a period of time. The exports from the SEZs accounted for 5% back in the year 2005. That is, out of the total exports, 5% came from special economic zones. And by 2016, it increased to more than 24%. And by 2018 and 19, it is around 30%. What do you mean by that? Objective of special economic zones are being met, right? One of the objective of special economic zones was what? Right? Of course, investment, employment, etc. All of those are objectives. But what was the speciality of special economic zones? Promote more and more exports. Promote more and more exports. Has it achieved it? Of course, yes. As of September 2021, 427 formally approved, 267 are operational, and it has employed 23 lakh people or 2.3 million people under the various SEZs. Done. So these are some of the performance indicators related to special economic zones. Now, what are the issues with the SEZs? Right. Okay. Before that, let me take a break. Or before that, let me address your questions first. Treaty shopping is legal unlike money laundering. Yes, treaty shopping is legal. Again, treaty shopping, basically understand this. Treaty shopping is a process. It's a process which is followed. Because it is followed, we simply say it's a treaty shopping. And again, if you ask me, sir, what is the definition of treaty shopping? Right, I'll tell you a statement. Let me know whether this represents a treaty shopping or not. In treaty shopping, foreign investors will try to search for agreements which will provide them with highest benefits. I'll repeat the statement. What is happening in a treaty shopping? In treaty shopping, the foreign investors are in search of an agreement which will provide them with the highest benefit. What do you mean by this? Let me give a very simple example here. Imagine you're a foreign investor. Imagine you're a foreign investor, right? Let's say you're a USA investor. You invest in India. As per this double taxation avoidance agreement, you will have to pay 15% tax on your income. You will route through Mauritius. You will route your investment through Mauritius. You will end up paying 0% of your tax on 0% of your income in the form of tax. There is one more option available to you. You can route this through Singapore. You can route it through Singapore, but now on this income, you are supposed to pay 2% tax. Now you tell me, as an investor, which treaty will you choose? Think of it. As an investor, which treaty will you choose? You will end up choosing the Mauritius route. You will end up choosing Mauritius route. Can I say you are shopping for treaties? Let me know. You are shopping for a treaty here. Just like you go to the market and shop for cloth. You will look at cloth company A, cloth of company B, cloth of company C, and then you will decide which suits you. Exactly that you are doing here, only for treaties. You are shopping for treaties which will provide benefit to you. That's the reason this is called as a treaty shopping. Done? What are the criteria for becoming SEZ? Again, multiple criteria are there. Land rights should be there, approval should be there, right? Environmental clearances are there. Right? All of those are not required. Suppose a company has earned a profit of 100 crore. Now from factor of production, we know this profit belongs to entrepreneur. Now company will pay corporate taxes. Just a second. The company will pay tax on this 100, and again entrepreneur will pay income tax on this 100. Don't this amount double taxation? No. Company and owner are two different entities. Company and owner are two different entities. Company is a different, owner is a different. I hope you understand. Company is a different, owner is different. Legally, both are different entities. The tax exempted imported raw materials in SEZs can be illegally sold to the domestic manufacturer. I told you, if you are selling it in the domestic market, government will treat it as an import. Government will treat it as an import. But if you're doing illegally, then again, government will take action against you. If you're found to do it illegally, government will file a case on you. Net foreign exchange earner. You will import something, you will pay dollars. Simple logic, understand it. You will import something, you will pay dollar. It means you are leading to outflow of dollars. On the other side, you will also export something. So whatever dollars you have earned should be more than the dollars that you have paid. Net foreign exchange earner. What if the company has 100% ownership in a sector as per the allowed FDI? Then after some time, government has decreased the percentage. That generally doesn't happen. If that happens, there is a recourse for you. Government policy should not change like this to affect your investment. You can drag Government of India in international appellate tribunals. You can drag Government of India to international appellate tribunals. You can do that. Is Indian investor can use portfolio or FDI to invest in other countries? If you are a retail investor, you will be a portfolio. If you are a company, such as Tata company, let me give a simple example. Tata company purchased a Jaguar. Let me know. Tata company purchased Jaguar. Jaguar is not an Indian company, by the way. Tell me, will that be FDI in UK or not? Simple question to you. Right? Tata company has purchased Jaguar company. Jaguar company is a foreign company, by the way. Will it not be an FDI in UK? And for India, it will be outflow of FDI. It is outbound FDI. It is going out of India. FDI. Okay. Is Indian investor can use portfolio? Again, same question. According to DTIA rule, if Mauritius not take tax, so India will take if investment come to India from Mauritius where no tax be given. Please understand, as per DTA, tax powers are divided. Tax powers are divided. If country A says, I will impose and collect a tax, and if the country A imposes 0% tax, it is their right. It is their right. You cannot impose the tax again in India on the same income. That is amounting to double taxation. Okay. Done. What is DR? Okay, I'll repeat it again. You're an Indian company. You want to get listed in USA. The process is very lengthy, very cumbersome. Instead of that, what you will do is, you will basically approach a depository receipt issuer, depository participant in USA. You will submit your shares to that company, or let's say financial institution. That institution will issue certain other instruments which are basically representing shares of your company. So by issuing depository receipts in USA, listing the depository receipts in USA, you will be able to raise capital from USA. That is basically the idea of a depository receipt. Okay, done. Let's take a break now. 8:12. I'll start again at 8:22. I'll start again at 8:22. Take a break now. Welcome back. Am I audible to you? Let me know. Am I audible? So that we can start the discussion now. Okay, let's start. So let's continue with the concerns or issues related to special economic zones. One, because of the pandemic, the exports from the whole of India were affected. So was the case related to SEZ, special economic zones. So pandemic has had an impact on all the industries, right? Same is applicable to SEZs. Exports were affected. Most of the SEZ units, most of the units in the SEZ are IT, that is information technology, or ITES, information technology enabled services. Enabled services. Most of the units within the SEZs are ITs or ITES, information technology or information technology enabled services. So why this is a concern? When we proposed the idea of a special economic zone, Government of India, please remember this, wanted to promote manufacturing sector. I will repeat it. When we proposed the idea of special economic zones, introduced the bill, made it an act, etc., the whole objective was to promote more and more manufacturing through special economic zones. But now I am saying around 60% of the units which are present in the special economic zones are service sector units, specifically within one sector, that is IT or ITS. Can I say this represents right unsuccessful nature of a special economic zone? We wanted to promote manufacturing, but we ended up promoting more and more service sector units. And moreover, remember the next point as well. Some of you will simply argue saying that, sir, how does it matter? Manufacturing or services, how does it matter? Whenever you look at the manufacturing and the services, remember the points here. Generally, the manufacturing sector is said to create more jobs. It is the manufacturing sector which is expected to create more jobs compared to services sector. In manufacturing sector, we expect more investment to happen compared to services sector. That is the reason why government, to begin with, wanted to promote manufacturing sector. Third, lot of issues with the land acquisition. As usual, lot of issues with land acquisition. Acquiring land for development of SEZ, you require land. And remember this, I'll keep on writing this point even under multiple infrastructure discussions. For example, in road development, I'll say land acquisition is a problem. In railways, I will say land acquisition is a problem. So today, once and for all, can we just say that for most of the infrastructure project, one common problem that you can simply blindly write is land acquisition? Let me know. Right, one common problem that you can simply write without any hesitation is a land acquisition. So what do you mean by that? How many of you have read about, let's say, Silver Line project that was proposed by Kerala government? How many of you have read about metro train projects in various state governments? How many of you have read about land acquisition for bullet train project? Don't you think in all the cases there is one common thread? Land. Right? So by default, simply remember this, in most of the infrastructure project, write one problem, that is land acquisition. Next, land has been acquired, but the investors, right, are not utilizing this land. Now you will ask me, sir, why? Why are the investors not utilizing the land? Imagine I, along with my friends, we propose to set up a special economic zone. We propose to set up a special economic zone. We went to the government, took the approval from the government. By then, pandemic happened. Right? Pandemic hit us. Now tell me, if the pandemic is there, don't you think some of us, that is, it might be me or my friend, my partner, etc., we would be worried about my investments? You would be more concerned about investing in such a huge project, and some of them might simply back out. Right? So because of various issues, because of the pandemic, unavailability of let's say the capital, cheaper capital, loans becoming costly now, right, because of uncertainty, etc., many of the projects, land has been acquired, but right, the projects are not completed. The subsidies such as MEIS, part of FTP 2015 and 2020, MEIS scheme has been withdrawn. So the subsidies, right, which were given earlier have been, right, found not to follow the WTO guidelines and have been withdrawn by the government. And finally, complementary infrastructure. What do you mean by complementary infrastructure? You have manufactured a product, you will have to move the product to port. Done, you'll have to move the product to the port because you want to export. What if the road infrastructure is not correct? That is, road is damaged, very low lanes are there, or 1 or 2 lanes are there, traffic is very high, right? Consumption of fuel is very high, etc. So don't you think infrastructure also plays a very important role in promotion of exports? And in case of India, again and again we have been telling you this, that I've been telling you, pointing out this to you, infrastructure, there's a problem in India. You talk about storage, you talk about transportation, you talk about port, we'll discuss port tomorrow. Lot of issues in case of infrastructure in India. Done? So these are some of the issues that the SEZs, special economic zones, are facing. Now there is one committee recommendation. I'll just tell you some of the important ones out of it. The name of the committee is Baba Kalyani Committee. Baba Kalyani Committee. Baba Kalyani Report. In fact, in yesterday's newspaper, not in Hindu, but in Live Mint, in the Mint newspaper, there is one article regarding the family of Mr. Kalyani. Again, is it relevant for UPSC? Absolutely no. Right, within the family, lot of assets, and there's a dispute regarding ownership of asset within the Kalyani group of industries now. Again, ये तो होता रहता है, right? Basically, people are fighting with each other within the family to get more and more assets. Not required for UPSC, don't worry. But this was there. Mr. Kalyani was there in the newspaper very recently. Now come to the argument here. What are the recommendations given by Baba Kalyani Committee? One, have a look at this. This committee says, right, you will have to restructure special economic zones. We will have to restructure special economic zones. Why? Right now in the special economic zones, the focus is on promotion of exports, and the subsidies that we are giving, it is connected to exports. And as a result of this, many other trading partners will drag us to WTO, which has already happened. So what we need to do is change the model of a special economic zone. In fact, what the committee says is, now we will have to refer to this as, or change this model into employment and economic enclaves, EEE, employment and economic enclaves. Now what will happen in employment and economic enclaves? The subsidies or the incentives that will be provided to these units will not be connected to exports. Rather, now it will be connected to investment. Rather, let's connect the incentives to investment. Let's connect let's say the subsidies to the employment generation, etc. So that we will not come under the WTO scanner. I hope you understand the meaning of the recommendation. You will come under the WTO scanner. That is basically WTO will look at you if you are providing subsidies, incentives that are connected to export value. But if you provide incentives which are connected to investment, if you provide subsidies which are connected to employment generation, you are not violating WTO guidelines. Can I give you an example? PLI. PLI, production linked incentive. In case of production linked incentive, is the incentive connected to exports? No. It is connected in some cases to investment. In some cases, it is connected to the total sales, that is additional sales that you are doing. So basically the argument is change the model of SEZs. Change the model. Next, most of the units within the SEZs already mentioned, these are service sector units. That is related to software, information technology and information technology enabled services related to software. But it says that, this committee says that, why don't we promote other forms of services? Why don't we simply promote other types of services? Sir, what do you mean by other types of services? Right? Are there new type of services in case of India, such as Swiggy delivery service, tourism related service provider? Right? For example, right, how many of you seen MakeMyTrip.com, Booking.com, etc. These are service sector, new age type of service providers. So there are a lot of other types of service providers. Let's promote these kind of service providers rather than focusing only on IT. That is related to software. Let's focus on other types of service providers. Next, there is a problem with infrastructure in India. Let's focus on the development of infrastructure. Let's develop infrastructure so that exports competitiveness automatically increase. Next important recommendation, right now the procedure to set up manufacturing SEZ is same as setting up of a service sector SEZ. The procedure, the guideline, the process, etc., it is one and the same. This committee says, let's not keep it one and the same. The process that we are supposed to follow to set up a manufacturing SEZ should be different. The process that you are supposed to follow to set up a service sector unit or service sector SEZ should be different. Right? Enable a framework to promote ease of doing business. Promote more and more ease of doing business in the SEZs. Right? So these are some of the very important recommendation. One more recommendation. Have a look at this. Sunset provision. Now let me know. Earlier, did we discuss the term sunset? Let me know. Right? Let me see how many of you are revising, how many of you are reading, etc. Did we discuss the concept of sunset? Yes, there was a discussion on sunset. Multiple times we have discussed. One example I'll give you. Right? Under the concept of GST. Under the concept of GST, there is one authority. I told you, basically that authority earlier had a sunset provision of 2 years. Later, it was extended by 2 more years, etc., etc. So have a look at this. Sunset means provision or an expiry date for a provision. Expiry date. So Government of India says, I will allow the SEZs, I'll promote the SEZ, and those units which will be set up within the SEZs, I will provide tax exemption. I will provide tax exemption. But there is a time limit. For how many years I will provide this exemption, there is a time limit for it. I cannot keep on giving the exemption for 50 years. Right? After setting up SEZ, I cannot give it for 50 years. I cannot continue it for 60 years. I cannot continue it for 100 years. I will limit the exemptions only for 15 years from the date of SEZs. I hope you understand my point. SEZ as a concept was introduced when in India? 2005. So government said, after 15 years, I will provide the exemptions for 15 years. After 15 years, the income tax exemption, I will remove it. I'll simply remove it. Means, if you set up a manufacturing facility in SEZ, after 2020, government will not give you income tax exemption. That is a sunset clause here. That's a sunset clause. The committee says, do not wind it. Do not implement the sunset clause. Continue to provide exemptions. In fact, it says, provide more and more exemptions. Provide more and more incentives so that now you will be able to attract more investment, more employment generation. So these are some of the recommendations of Baba Kalyani Committee. Okay. Now, this is the discussion of SEZ. Let me go to the next one. NIMZ, National Investment and Manufacturing Zones. Before I start, here is a very important, right? Let's say a condition, or let's say announcement or a hashtag. Do not search for NIMZs in the book. Even if there is a discussion, don't worry. There are no functional NIMZs in India. I will repeat my point. I hope you understand it. There are no NIMZs which are operating in India. Absolutely no NIMZs. Right? Why? Many of these NIMZs, more than 20 have been proposed. Many of the NIMZs are stuck up because of land acquisition. Because of land acquisition, many of the NIMZs are simply stuck up. You will not find a functional NIMZ, which means if you ask me, sir, how much is the export done by NIMZ? There is no data. If you ask me how many jobs are created by NIMZ, no data. If you ask me how many functional NIMZs are there, there's a data and the number is 0. right? So that's the reason I can simply tell you the model. Beyond that, absolutely no data related to this. So let's start. National Investment and Manufacturing Zones. Government of India in 2011 introduced a policy called as National Manufacturing Policy, NMP. National Manufacturing Policy, NMP. Under the NMP 2011, Government of India proposed one model of investment, that is NIMZ, National Investment and Manufacturing Zone. Now, what are the proposals under NIMZ? Let's go point by point. One, it will be developed as an industrial town. It will be developed as industrial town. What do you mean by industrial town? Industrial towns are those where the economy, right, whatever is there, whatever economy you have, the economy is built around one industry. The whole economy is built around one industry. Sir, any example? How many of you heard of Durgapur? How many of you heard of Jamshedpur, etc.? What are these cities known for? Initially, one company was set up, an industry was constructed there, and around the industry, the whole city was developed. I hope you understand the logic here. There was one industry, right? Specifically, for example, Jamshedpur, Tatas, right? Very well known, Jamshedpur, Tatas. So steel plant was set up, and because the steel plant was there, many other industries, right, were set up there. The housing developed there, markets were developed, schools were developed, the whole city was developed. Such cities are called as industrial towns. These are referred to as industrial towns. So NIMZs will be developed as industrial towns, meaning what? We will have industries, we will have social infrastructure, we will have also economic infrastructure within the same area. And now tell me, if you have economic infrastructure, social infrastructure, etc., don't you think the size of NIMZ will be larger? Let me know. Don't you think the size of the NIMZ will be larger? That is where, remember this, NIMZs are very, very large in size. Very large in size. 5,000 hectares, 6,000 hectares, etc. like this. But again, which is the largest NIMZ? No data available right now. Don't worry. Because the sizes are very large here, you can have multiple SEZs within NIMZ. You can have multiple export-oriented units which are manufacturing and exporting to international market within a NIMZ. So that is one more very important point. Industrial parks can be there, right? SEZs can be there within the NIMZ. For the purpose of developing and governing this city, it's a city by the way. For developing and governing this city, the central government will be setting up one authority by the name of Special Purpose Vehicle. There will be one authority established. The role of the authority is to manage the city. It is to simply manage the city, and that basically it is referred as a Special Purpose Vehicle. Okay. Next one. If the state government wants, the state government can also promote setting up of more and more MSMEs within the NIMZ. Complete control will be there with the center. Center can allow the state government to participate. Private sector parties are also allowed to participate, but it is entirely the power of the central government. Right? So state governments may promote MSME within this. Certain land will be reserved. Certain land will be reserved only to set up manufacturing units. Why? I hope you understand this. Earlier under SEZs, we wanted to promote manufacturing, but we ended up promoting services. But now under the NIMZ, government says at least 30% of the land will use it only for manufacturing sector. NIMZs will be focused on clean and energy efficiency. For example, let's say solar power generation. Lot of electricity that is consumed will come from, let's say, wind power, etc. So clean and energy efficiency will be one of the areas here. And finally, there will also be skill development facilities, that is training institutes will be set up. skilling institutes will be set up within the NIMZ so that the people there can get access to skilling and get absorbed in other industries. Vertical movement will be made possible. So these are some of the features of National Investment and Manufacturing Zones, NIMZ. Done? Next model of investment, public-private partnership. PPP, public-private partnership. Now, what is this idea of a public-private partnership? Let me explain this. Follow the discussion carefully. Very famous model in India now, especially in the last 2 decades. I hope you understand, sir, why only in last 2 decades? Why it was not famous in 1950? Why it was not famous in 1960? Please go back to industrial policy and have a look at it. Automatically, you will understand. The concept of a public-private partnership has become very, very famous only in the last 2.5 decades in India. Now, what is this idea of a public-private partnership? Look at the name, public-private partnership. Meaning what? There are 2 parties. One is the government and the second one is the private sector. Both of them will sign the agreement. Let's say private sector company will sign the agreement with the government to either provide certain services or to provide a certain goods, or it could be a mixture of both of them. I hope you understand. Imagine you're the government, I'm the private sector, both of us will sign the agreement, right? This is called as a concessionaire agreement. Both of us will sign the agreement, which is called as a concessionaire agreement, and as per the agreement, I will provide certain goods or services. Sir, what do you mean by goods or services? One example, both of us will sign the agreement. I will develop a road, hand over the road to you. Done? I will construct the road, hand over the road to you. I will construct a building, hand over the building to you. Or I'll simply provide a services. Road is already there. Road is already there. Brownfield project. Road is already there. I will simply provide the services of maintaining the road. I will collect a toll and I'll pay certain amount to you. Do you remember the concept of national monetization pipeline? Right? I believe a couple of days ago we have discussed this. National monetization pipeline, brownfield projects. And I said at that point of time, under national monetization pipeline, right, basically PPP, model of PPP is used. So argument is simple here. Either I will provide a good or I'll provide a service. Sometimes it will be a combination of both also. For example, I will be allowed to construct a road. I'm allowed to construct a road. I will collect tolls for 15 years and after 15 years, I will hand over to the government. I'll simply hand over the road to the government. So I have provided a good also, I have provided a services also. Right? So basically this is called as a public-private partnership. Now why? Why is the government of India promoting the model of public-private partnership? Reasons are very simple. Point number 1. Do you think government of India has all the money that is required to construct infrastructure in India? Let me know. Either center or state, doesn't matter. Do you think the governments have more than sufficient money to construct all the infrastructure? No. Fact is no. So what government says is, I will allow the private sector to invest. I will allow the private sector to invest. Let them maintain the road for 15 years. Let them collect the toll for 15 years. But advantage is what? Government is not investing. Government is not investing. Government is not investing. Investment is flowing. So one, resources are very scarce. Private sector resources will be invested. Second, between the government and private sector, you tell me which is better in terms of implementing a project using the resources. I hope you understand. Between the government and private sector, which is better in terms of utilization of resources, either human labor, money, managerial resources, technology, etc. Private sector. So rather than government doing it, private sector is doing it much more efficiently. Private sector, what is the advantage for the private sector? Private sector wants to invest to earn certain amount of money. And if government is one of the parties, don't you think private sector will be having more safety, more security in such agreements? I hope you understand. Right? If government is one of the party to the let's say the project, you'll feel much more safe here because government is a party. You want to get multiple approvals, you want to get multiple licenses. Government is one of the party to the agreement. Don't you think private sector, one, will invest and will be looking at profits here? Second, because government is a party, private sector is at much more safety, much more secure about these projects. Right? So these are some of the reasons why government has been promoting the concept of public-private partnerships, that is PPP, right, as a model of investment, maintenance, etc. in the context of India. Now, right, have a look at this. Whenever you talk about PPP, there are multiple models. There are multiple models, right? In fact, as per the document which has been published by Asian Development Bank, you don't read it, not required for UPSC. There are more than 13 models of PPP and it will keep on evolving. You don't worry. Now the question is, should you read all the 13 plus or 20 plus models of PPP? My recommendation, don't. Do not waste your time. UPSC will not test you there. Right? UPSC will never check you there. Simply don't waste your time. Let me give you certain basic types of PPP. First one is build, operate, transfer. Look at the name itself. It's a self-explanatory point. Build, operate, and transfer. What will happen in build, operate, transfer? Let me take an example. I will be allowed to construct a road, build. I will operate the road. Operate means what? I will maintain. I will collect the tolls, etc. For how many years? As per the agreement. It could be 20 years, it could be 27 years, it could be 18 years as per the agreement. And after the term is over, I will simply transfer this road to the government. I'll simply transfer this road to the government. Build, operate, and transfer. Build, operate, and transfer. Lease, develop, operate. Lease, develop, and operate. LDO. The government will continue to own the infrastructure, but this infrastructure will be leased out to the private sector for a certain period of time. Right? For example, airports. For example, airports. Right? Airports, ports, right, etc. And even national highways. The infrastructure is already there. Government will own the infrastructure, but only the operational part of it, government will give it to private sector. I hope you understand this. Only the operational part of it, government will give it to private sector for 30 years, for 20 years, etc. And for this, the private sector will pay a certain amount of money to the government. I hope you understand. Private sector will pay a certain amount of money to the government. That is lease, develop, and operate. Service contract. Service contract. Private sector player will provide some of the services. Underline the term. Some of the services for a specific period of time. Sir, what do you mean by some of the services? Right? All of you have traveled by metro? Let me know. All of you have traveled by metro. Sir, I've never seen a metro. All of you have traveled by, let's say, a train at least. Now, is it okay if I say whether you have traveled by a bus, by a train, by a bullet train, etc., whatever it is basically a bundle of services? Let me know. It is basically a group or a bundle of services. Sir, what do you mean by group or a bundle of services? You will go to a metro station. Security is there. Point number one, security is there. Is it a service or not? Now, you will basically take the escalator. Escalator. Somebody has to provide that service. That is, let's say, maintenance of the escalator. You will go to the ticketing booth. Somebody will be sitting in the ticketing booth. They will provide the token to you, ticket to you. That is also a service. Now you will go to the stop. You will wait. Bullet, or let's say metro. Bullet is not operational in India. The metro will come. There is a driver, conductor within the metro. So please have a look at it. There are a lot of services. Right? Metro is one product, but within that, multiple services are there. What if I take only one service, like give it out to private sector? Only one of the service, I will take it and give it to private sector. Right? So that is basically the concept of service contract. That's the basic idea of a service contract. And the next one is a hybrid annuity model. HAM, hybrid annuity model. Now, before explaining the concept of hybrid annuity model, there is one more idea, EPC. And many of you will look at the term EPC and right, keep on asking what is EPC. Let me explain this. EPC basically stands for engineering, procurement, engineering, procurement and construction. Engineering, procurement and construction. Now, what will happen in case of engineering, procurement, construction? Imagine a road is there. Government will allocate the road project to you. You will construct the road, hand it over to the government. You will not manage it. You will not collect the tolls. You will construct the road, simply hand over the project to the government. Government will pay money to you. That's it. Government will pay money to you. Don't say it is same as build, operate, transfer. I hope you understand the difference between build, operate, transfer and engineering, procurement, construction. In case of engineering, procurement, construction, a private sector will be constructing the project, handing it over to the government. Private sector will not operate the project. This private sector will not manage the project. It will simply hand over the project, and for the project that is being developed, government will pay the money. Right? Can I give you a very simple example of this? Municipality roads. Let me know. The municipality roads in majority of the cities, contractors are there. Government will simply ask the contractor to construct the road, and for that, government will pay the money to them. Right? That is basically engineering, procurement, construction, EPC. Now, whenever you talk about hybrid annuity model, it is having certain features of EPC as well as BOT. That is, they'll simply say it is a combination of two models that are already present, EPC as well as a BOT. Now, what will happen in case of hybrid annuity model? Let me show a picture to you. This is the picture from the document given by the government. Don't say, sir, picture is so dark, etc. This was published by the government, so I've taken the document picture from the government document itself. So you want to blame Government of India. Now, how the hybrid annuity model will work? How HAM model, in short, HAM model will work. Right? Please understand this. There are two components here. One is a construction component and the second one is operation component. That is maintenance, providing services, etc. Imagine for this project, right? Have a look at this. This project requires 100 crore rupees. The project requires 100 crore rupees. Government says 40% of the project cost. 40% of the project cost government will give you in 5 years. 40% of the project cost government will give you in 5 years. Point number 2, remaining 60%. Remaining 60%, you will have to invest. I hope you understand this. Imagine you are the private developer. Government says 40% of the project cost I will give to you in 5 years. Remaining 60% of the cost you invest from your side. Whether you want to get it through equity or a debt, that is left to you. You get the 60 crore, invest in the project. Now finish the project, hand it over to me. Simple. Finish the project, hand it over to me. I will operate it. Either I, through my authority, I will operate it, or I will simply give it to another private sector under service contract. Right? Entirely left to the government. Now, have a look at this. Many of you will ask me, sir, what about the 60% then? What is the advantage for the private sector here? Government says, point number one, I will return this. I will return this in annual payments. I will return this in annual payments. And, right, have a look at the next point here. I will adjust this with inflation. I will adjust this amount with inflation. I will also give you certain rate of interest on this. I will adjust your investment with inflation. I will also pay certain rate of interest on this amount to you. This is how the private sector will be earning money under the model of hybrid annuity. Right? I hope you understand this. This is how private sector will be earning money under the hybrid annuity. For example, in the document that was published by the government, right? The document that was published by the government, right? The government said, I will give you, right? Have a look at this. I will pay the interest payment on the amount, right? At a bank rate plus 3%. Whatever is the bank rate of interest plus 3%, I will pay it back to you. This is how the concept of hybrid annuity model will work. So there is a returns there for the private sector. In fact, remember this, a lot of road projects today, infrastructure projects are under HAM. Lot of road infrastructure projects are under HAM model right now. Right? And that is the reason, understand the point here. It is basically having certain features where government will give money to you because you are handing over the project. It is basically EPC. Government is giving money, you are handing over the project EPC. But on the other hand, there is a component of giving you certain returns over a period of time. Right? Government collecting tolls, etc., which is a feature of a BOT. Okay, so that's the reason certain features from this side, hybrid. Right? Look at the name there, hybrid annuity model, HAM model. Right? So this is basically a latest concept in India. It is one of the latest types of PPP models used in India, specifically in the road infrastructure. Done? So these are the different models of PPP. I've discussed 5 here. Remember, 5 more than sufficient. Okay, right? 5 are more than sufficient. Next, what are the issues with the PPP? What are the problems, concerns related to PPP? Point number 1, getting access to long-term finance is a problem in India. Do you remember the discussion that we have had related to infrastructure under banking? We have discussed this under banking. Right? I told you, whenever you talk about infrastructure, you require large amount of loan for long duration. I hope you remember that. Large value loan for a very long duration. And getting access to these kind of loans is very difficult in India because the banking sector will face issue of asset liability mismatch. So getting access to long-term investments is a problem. Next, existing contracts focus more on the returns rather than providing services. And that is bound to happen. That is naturally bound to happen. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let me give you a very simple example. Imagine I'm the government, you are the private sector. Both of us are entering into contract. Both of us are signing a PPP. You tell me, as a private sector, will be concerned more about the quality of service you are going to provide or profit you are going to earn? Let me know. Right? You as a private sector, will you be more concerned about the kind of services you will be providing to the consumers or how much is your profit? Don't you think you will be concerned more about a profit? You'll be worried more about profit, and that is natural because you're a private sector company. You're a private sector company, that is bound to happen. So right now, whenever you talk about PPPs, focus is more on profit motive rather than quality of services being provided. Quality of services being provided through the contracts. Private developers will lose bargaining power in long-term projects because the government will make policy changes. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let me explain this. And I'll take a very simple example. Imagine Government of India has given a project to you. Construct a road connecting between 2 industrial towns, A and B. there are two industrial cities, A and B. You have been given the right to construct the road, invest money, and collect a toll for 20 years. Collect the toll for 20 years. After 5 years, government will connect both the cities A and B, right? Let's say with a bullet train. With a bullet train. Now tell me, will it affect your revenues or not? Simple question, by the way. Will this project of a bullet train, will it affect your revenues or not? Of course, yes. Of course, it will affect your revenues. So argument is simple here. Government will keep on changing the policies. Policies are not constant. Policies of the government will keep on changing. But because of the policies of the government, your investments would be affected. But the problem here is, remember this, problem here is, whenever the contracts are signed, government doesn't generally renegotiate. I hope you understand. Whenever the contracts are signed, contract is signed for 20 years. Government generally doesn't renegotiate the contract. So the bargaining power, I repeat, the bargaining power means what? Renegotiation powers with the private sector is very limited. Very, very limited. Whereas the policies of the government will keep on affecting the kind of revenues that you will be generating. Okay? Issues with land acquisition, right? Nothing to discuss here as usual. It's an infrastructure project. Land acquisition is a problem. Issues related to government clearances or interference of the judiciary. Right? I'll take a current affairs example. Automatically, you will only tell me, correct, sir, it is correct. Bullet train project. Bullet train project. Again, although it is being developed by the government, can I say these kind of issues will keep on increasing the cost of the projects? Let me know. Will these kinds of issues, intervention of the judiciary, or right, a government ministry doesn't give you approval, etc., will they not add to the cost of the project? Right? Of course, yes. Of course, yes, they will add to the cost of the project. Right? I'll give a very simple example. Imagine you are a solar power developer. Right? You have taken a project wherein you are developing on a huge scale of land a solar project. Until now, you are importing a solar module, that is a solar panel. Until now, the tax rate was 10%. Let's say on imports, the tax rate was 10%. Now, in the next year's budget, government will increase the tax from 10% to 20%. You tell me what will happen to your cost of the project. I hope you understand this. What will happen to the cost of the project? Cost of the project will skyrocket. And this is a current affairs point. I'm telling you, this is a current affairs point, and this is a very big problem. Why? In a solar project, on what product do you think companies will spend most of the project cost? You are developing a solar project. On what do you think you'll spend most of your money on the project? On solar panels? Around 60 to 70% of the project cost is on solar panels only. And government will increase the tax like this from 10% to 20%. What will happen to cost of the project? Cost of the project will suddenly go up. And what will happen to your profits? Profits might shrink. Profits might simply become, right, negligible. Right? So this is there in the current affairs. Please be very careful. Done. So these are some of the issues related to public-private partnership. Couple of more issues. Private sector is not interested in all the sectors. I'll give you current affairs point. Railways. Private sector is not interested in investing of railways. Right? All the government of India, tomorrow I'll tell you about this. All the government of India is promoting more and more private sector participation in the operation of railways. Some of the routes, private sector is now allowed to operate trains now in India. Unlike, let's say, 10 years ago. And until, let's say, a couple of years ago, all the routes in India, railway routes, only government of India operated through Ministry of Railways. But some of the routes now have been opened up. Private sector is allowed, but private sector is not interested there. Why? They are uncertain about the policy of the government. The private sector says the government might change the policy, right? Tomorrow, if the government will change certain policies, I have invested lot of money in the railways. What will happen? Right? That's the reason all the sectors where PPP is allowed, private sector is not interested. The NPAs in the infrastructure projects have increased, including PPP projects. Including PPP, NPAs have increased. There are a lot of delays in the development of infrastructure projects. Sir, why lot of delays? Tell me, pandemic, will it delay the development of infrastructure project or not? Right? People who are owning the land will go to the court, file a litigation against the acquiring company. Will it increase the delays in the development of the project or not? And so there are so many issues because of which the projects are getting delayed. Okay. Now, what is the reform then? What can we do in this context? There is one committee recommendation, Kelkar committee, very, very famous. There is one committee recommendation, Kelkar committee. Now, some of the very important recommendations of Kelkar committee are: one, state government agencies or state government owned entities should not be participating in the PPP. Let me explain this, follow this very carefully. State government owned entities or owned, right, companies should not be participating in the PPP. Why? What is the reason? You tell me, when you say public-private partnership, when you utter the word public-private partnership, by default, don't you assume that one of the parties is a government and the other party is the private sector? Yes or no? When you say the word public-private partnership, what does it mean actually? There are two parties, one is the government and the other one is the private sector. But recently, there has been this rising trend where the state government owned entities, there are certain authorities which are set up by the state government, they want to be a party to the public-private partnership. They want to be one of the parties in the public-private partnership. That is, on one side we have central government, on the other side, the other party is not private sector company, it is one authority owned by the state government. Now you tell me, is it a PPP? Question number one. You tell me, is it PPP in the first place? Is it public-private partnership? No. Answer is simply no. Point number two. Why should we not allow the state government to operate like this? Whether it is the state government or the central government, do you think they should be running behind profits? Right? Start answering. Most of you have gone dormant now. 9, 10, most of you have gone dormant. Whether it is the state government or the central government owned entities, should we allow them to run behind profits like this? No, they should not be running behind profits. And if that is the objective, as a state government, now you know that in some of the projects you can get more profits. Will you not become more focused on only those projects now? That is the precise reason. That is the precise reason why this committee says do not allow the state government to be a party to PPP. Right? Do not allow it. Let the party, one of the parties be government and the other party be private sector. It should not be central government and state government like this. That is the first one. Second one, risk allocation. Guidelines for risk allocation. Now, what do you mean by risk allocation here? Let's say you are the private sector company, I am the government. I am allowing you to construct one road, national highway, and I am allowing you to collect tolls for next 20 years. Now you tell me, by investing and collecting tolls, are you not facing certain kind of a risk here? Are you not facing certain types of risk in the project? Sir, what kind of a risk? What about exchange rate? Have a look at this. What about exchange rate? What about land acquisition? What about interest rate? Labor availability, etc. Tell me, as a manufacturer or as a developer, are you not facing some of these risks? You might be facing two of them. You might be facing all of them. You might be facing more than these types of risk. Now, generally, whenever the projects are developed, whenever the PPP is assigned, who will be facing all the risk? It is the private sector. It is the private sector who will face all of this risk. But what this committee says is, no, we should not allocate all the risk. We should not allow only the private sector to face all the risk. Some of the risk we should give the government also. Some of the risk we should ask the government to take care of it. Sir, what do you mean by this? Right? Can I give you one example here? Can government of India help you in acquiring land? In fact, they are doing now. Can government of India help you in acquiring land? Which means any issue related to land acquisition, some of the risk is being taken by the government now. So whenever you are talking about the PPPs, risk allocation has to be done between the government as well as the private sector. We should have a national policy for PPP. Right now, we do not have it. Right now, we do not have it. We should have a national policy for PPP, public-private partnership. We should not encourage a Swiss challenge model. I'll come to this. Just give me a minute. Do not encourage a Swiss challenge model. Discourage a Swiss challenge model. Protect the bargaining power of a private sector. Why? I hope you understand. Just now we have discussed this. Protect the bargaining power of private sector. Why? These are very long-term projects. And because of the policies of the government, it will have an impact on the revenues or the performance of the private sector. So allow for the private sector to renegotiate. Protect the bargaining power of private sector. We should also have a sector-specific regulators. We should have sector-specific regulators. Why? You tell me, having RBI, has it benefited banking sector or not? Let me know. Having RBI is, by the way, a regulator of banking sector. Having RBI, has it benefited banking sector or not? Having SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India, will it provide the benefit to the stock market or not? Of course, yes. Why? Regulator will regulate. If there is any dispute, if there is any, let's say, violation of the law, etc., role of regulator will come into picture. That is what the Kelkar committee says. For many sectors, we do not have regulators. Set up regulators for all the sectors here. Set up regulators for all the sectors. Frame guidelines for auditing the account books of private sector. Why? Let me explain this. Imagine you are the government. I am the private sector company. You have allowed me under PPP to operate one airport. You have allowed me to operate one airport. And the condition is that whatever is my revenue, 10% of this, 10% of the revenue, I will have to give it to you. That is government. Is the logic okay? A revenue sharing model. You have allowed me to operate an airport, but the condition is that 10% of the revenue that I've generated, I will have to give you annually. Now you tell me, how will you find out what is my revenue? Let me know. Simple question to you. How will you find out what is my revenue? Do not say, because polity is over, do not say that, sir, CAG is there. Comptroller Auditor General is there. CAG is not allowed to look into private sector accounts. I hope you know this. CAG is not allowed to audit private sector books. So how will you find out? How will you know whatever revenue I've shared with you, it is the right amount? That is the reason. Have a look at this. Frame guidelines for auditing the account books of the private sector. So that whenever you have a revenue sharing model, you know that whatever revenue has been shared with you, that is the correct revenue that is given to the government. Okay, so these are some of the recommendations of Kelkar committee. One recommendation is Swiss challenge model. One recommendation is Swiss challenge model. Now have a look at this. What is this idea of a Swiss challenge model? It is also referred to as an unsolicited proposal. What do you mean by unsolicited proposal here? Let me explain this. Imagine you are the chief minister, right? At 9:15, either chief minister or the prime minister. Enjoy, right? You decide what you want to become. I am the private sector. I am one of the companies in the private sector. I will come to you with a proposal. I will come to you with a project. Have you requested for a project? Think of this. Did you request for a project? No. Did you call for any companies to approach? No. I only have prepared a project. I have come to you. I will submit the project. This is an unsolicited proposal. This is called as unsolicited proposal. Now, when I've submitted a project to you, should you accept it just like that? Let me know. Should you accept it just like that? Of course, no, you should not accept it. What you should do is, you should tell me, sir, okay, you want to develop this project? Let me see. You will take the project. Now, you will put an advertisement. You'll basically call for other proposals in the market. You should not accept the first proposal. You should ask for other companies if they want to provide a proposal to you. Now compare the proposal and whichever will give you better returns. For example, if the private sector company will tell you they will give you 15% revenues compared to 10%, choose that. If the private sector says, I will give the project to you, you pay me 1 crore rupees. Another company says, I will give the project to you, you pay me only 80 lakh rupees. Choose the second one. So basically now we will compare the proposals with other proposals and then decide whichever is as per our requirement. This model is called as Swiss challenge model. This model is referred to as a Swiss challenge model. Now, why we should not encourage a Swiss challenge model? Why should we discourage a Swiss challenge model? This committee says that when a private sector company will approach you with a proposal, I hope you understand this point now. When a private sector company will come to you with a proposal, they have insider information. Simple. They have insider information. In simple terms, there is corruption. How do they know what project to propose? Think of it. If I come to you with a proposal, right, how do I know this is a right proposal to give to you? How do I know what should be the price of the project? What way will I be able to know? Right? It simply means there is no transparency in the system. There is opaqueness in the system. There is no transparency in the system. Use these kind of terms. Don't say everybody is corrupt. The committee says there is opaqueness in the system. There is no transparency. Should you promote this kind of a system? No. That's the reason the committee says discourage it. Do not encourage the Swiss challenge model, discourage it. And by the way, this is a very, very famous model. Not just India, many countries adopted, have used, are using Swiss challenge model. Okay. So this is one more recommendation of the Kelkar committee. Discourage Swiss challenge. And finally, there is one concept related to the infrastructure here, right? Even PPP. There is a scheme which has been launched by the government, viability gap funding for PPP. VGF for PPP, viability gap funding for PPP, public-private partnership. Now, what do you mean by viability gap funding for PPP? Let me start. Imagine there is a road project. You are the private sector developer. I will ask you, can you develop this particular road? Can you invest money, spend money, construct the road, collect tolls for next 15 years? Now, can I basically convert this transaction into one more way? That is, you will think now, the project will require 100 crore rupees. The project requires expenditure of 100 crore rupees. What if in 15 years, I will not earn any profit on this? Think of this. The project requires a total expenditure of 100 crore rupees. Government says collect tolls for 15 years. What if even after 15 years, I will not be able to earn profit? Or even if I earn profit, the profits are not sufficient for me. Can I say you're worried about financial viability of the project? Is it okay? I'll repeat it. Right? Can I say you're worried about financial viability? Viability means whether the project will give you good returns or not. You are concerned about financial viability of the project. On the other hand, is the project making good economic sense for the government? Government will look at the project and say, okay, investment will happen in the economy. Right? Investment is being done. Demand for cement, steel, or raw material, labor will increase. So good for me. So have a look at this. Generally, when you talk about these projects, it makes economic sense for the government. It makes a perfect economic justification for the government. But for the private developer, right, there is a concern about financial viability of the project. So in such cases, what government will do is, private sector developer may end up not investing in the project. So what government will do is, will provide a grant, will provide a financial assistance to the private developer. Will provide the grant, will provide the financial assistance to the private developer. Right? How they will provide it? Imagine you are the private developer, 100 crore was your investment. You are concerned, I will invest 100 crore, I may not be earning sufficient money. What if government will say, you don't invest 100 crore, I will give you, let's say, 60 crore rupees. Grant, by the way, it's not a loan, grant. Government says, you don't invest all the 100 crore, I will give you 60 crore. Which means out of 100 crore, some assistance has come from the government. All the money is not yours. Right? Don't you think this will increase the viability of the project? This will increase the financial viability of the project. And that is a precise reason, in case of PPPs, a public-private partnership, the government, to promote the viability, financial viability of the infrastructure projects, attract more and more private sector to participate in this, has introduced a scheme by the name of VGF for PPP projects. Under the concept of VGF for PPP, it's a scheme, by the way. It was introduced by the government back in 2006. It has been extended up to 24 and 25 now. It has been extended up to 24 from 2006 now. Now, basically, argument here is, the projects under PPP are classified into two types. Just by heart this. The projects which are there under PPP are classified into two types. Right? One is classified under sub-scheme 1. Second one is sub-scheme 2. If your project will fall under the sub-scheme 1, government will give you up to 60% of the total project cost. I'll repeat it. If your project will fall under the sub-scheme 1, government will give you up to 60%. Underline the term up to. It's not exactly 60. Up to 60% of the total project cost. And generally, right, this is how the division is done. If the government says up to 60%, it simply means half of this will come from the government. Half of this will come from the government. That is 30%, up to 30%. And remaining up to 30% will come from either the ministry or the authority which is responsible for the implementation of this sector, or it could be even state government. It could be even state government. So when they say up to 60%, up to 30% will come from the center, remaining up to 30% either from the ministry or from the respective department, respective authority which is responsible for the project, or from the state government. So up to 60% of the total project cost, if your project will fall under the sub-scheme 1. What if your project will fall under the sub-scheme 2? If your project will come under the sub-scheme 2, up to 80% of the capital expenditure. Up to 80%, again same logic, up to 40% from the center, up to 40% from right the state government or from the department or the ministry, etc. This is up to 80% of the capital expenditure. Now, I hope you understand there is a difference between the project cost and the capital expenditure. I hope you understand this. There is a difference between the project cost and the capital expenditure. Right? So in the sub-scheme 2, it is up to 80% of the capex. In sub-scheme 1, it is up to 60% of total project cost. This is a scheme which has been launched by the center to promote PPP infrastructure projects in India. Done. So this is a viability gap funding for PPP projects. So these are right. So these are the various areas related to the investment models that I wanted to discuss with you people, let's say under the chapter. Now have a look at the question here. Have a look at the question. Right? Can we solve it directly rather than starting a poll, you reading it, taking 1.5 minutes, etc.? Let's solve it simultaneously. Which of the following would include foreign direct investment in India? Right? Which of the following would include FDI, foreign direct investment? Subsidiaries of companies in India. Subsidiaries of companies in India. That is, let's say you're a foreign investor, you'll come to India, set up a company in India, 100% your ownership. Is it FDI or not? Yes, it is an FDI. What about majority foreign equity holding in Indian companies? I gave an example, 51%. If a foreign company will own 51% in the company, that's a majority holding, FDI. Yes. Companies exclusively financed by foreign companies. Underline the term exclusively financed. Meaning what? I'll give an example also. Uber. Uber is an example of exclusive financing done by the foreign companies. That is, whatever expenditure are incurred by Uber India, whatever expenses are incurred by Uber India, it is Uber International which will provide the financing for it. No Indian money is invested here. I hope you understand. No Indian money is used here. Whatever money is used by Uber India, it will come from Uber International. Is it FDI? Of course, yes. Right? Because no Indian funding is used. Everything is foreign. And finally, portfolio investment. Portfolio investment. Look at the name itself. Portfolio investment. Portfolio investment, is it FDI? No, it is FPI. So 1, 2 and 3 are correct. Right option for the question will be option D, 1, 2 and 3. Right? 1, 2 and 3. Done? Okay. Let's solve this question, then we'll take a break. Right? That is wind up the class. Look at the question here. Both the FDI and FII, foreign institutional investors, are related to investment in a country. Which one of the following statements best represents an important difference between both of them, FDI and FII? Let's start. FII will help bring better management skills and technology, while FDI will bring only capital in India. Don't you think it is vice versa? Vice versa, opposite. So A is wrong. FII will help in increasing capital availability in general, while FDI targets specific sectors. Did we not discuss this? I said FDI, I gave you an example of a sector A, B, C, D, etc. So government will decide in which sector FDI is allowed, in which it is not allowed. Second statement is correct. FDI flows into secondary market, while FII flows into primary market. Do you remember the concept of primary and secondary? Do you remember the concept of primary and secondary? Primary market where companies will issue. Secondary market where the instruments will be traded in the market which are already there in the market. Do you think that is applicable here? Think of it. Don't you think FII can invest in primary or secondary? FII can invest anywhere, either in the primary or secondary. FDI will invest directly from the company, right? So C is wrong. FI is considered to be more stable than FDI. Correct? FI is more stable, right? Look at the Indian economy in the last 2.5 months and 3.5 months, you will realize FI is very unstable. In fact, I've told you FII or FPI, and that's a reason FPI is referred as a hot money. It will come into India, it will move out of India within couple of days, and overnight itself it can happen. Okay, so this is one more question. We'll stop the discussion here. Couple of more questions are there. Earlier questions are also there. We'll discuss all of them. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll discuss all of them. Done. So let me take up your questions. First point of Kelkar committee. State government agencies should not be allowed to participate in the PPP. Why? Whether it is a center or state, objective is not to make profit. Welfare is the objective, not to make profit. And when you say PPP, one party has to be the government, other has to be private. Other has to be private. Whereas if the state government agencies are present in the PPP with the center, both the parties are government only. It is not public private. It becomes kind of a public and public. That is the reason do not allow, right, the state government agencies to be involved in the PPP. Okay. In case of round tripping or treaty shopping, won't GMCT be applicable? My dear, GMCT is applicable for the companies or investors. Let me know. Is a GMCT applicable to the companies or investors? Right? Don't you think when you invest in the stock market, it is more applicable to capital gains? It is more of a capital gains. Whereas for companies, it is a profit. Right? That's a basic idea. GMCT is applicable to companies, more importantly, companies. Okay. Swiss challenge model. In case of Swiss challenge model, the private sector will approach the government with a proposal. Government will take the proposal, ask for other private sector companies to also come forward in the proposal. Now they will compare whichever is a good proposal as per the requirement. They will decide, let's give the project to them. That is the basic idea for Swiss challenge model, right? Unsolicited model. On what basis VGF is divided? If you download the document, which I would suggest not to do, not required. The government of India has clearly classified what are the types of schemes or what are the type of projects which will fall under the subscheme 1, what are the projects which will fall under the subscheme 2. A big list is there. You don't worry about it. Okay, so let me stop the discussion here today. Okay, let me stop the discussion today here. We'll continue with questions as well as the concept of infrastructure, right? We need to discuss certain infrastructure from tomorrow's class, right? So tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, we'll have a discussion starting from infrastructure. So that's it. Take care. See you tomorrow morning.